Good morning. We'll get started here with the Imported Water Committee for April 25th. As we discuss the items on the agenda, I'll call on committee members first, and I'll try to keep you in line as far as who's up next. Marisol, can you call the roll, please?
Yes. Chair Miller.
Here.
Vice Chair Madaffer. Vice Chair Myers. Directors Castañeda.
Here.
Fong Sakai.
Good morning, I'm present.
Heidemann. Hogan.
Present.
Katz.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Quirm. Scalzetti. Serrano. And Steiner.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you. I do not have any additions to the agenda at this time. If there's anybody in the room, member of the public wishing to comment on any item on the Imported Water Committee agenda, do we have anybody?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. Chair, we have 2 speakers.
Okay, 2 speakers. Do you want to announce them?
Eric will be up first.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Eric Kristen, Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction, speaking to your project labor agreement agenda item today. Just a quick bit of history to remind the board what the larger board voted in their infinite wisdom to impose on the taxpayers and on yourselves in October of 2022 when you approved the union-only discriminatory project labor agreement. The first project that was bid, and since that time you've hired costing hundreds of thousands of dollars to manage this new layer of bureaucracy, a senior management analysis just to oversee the new layer of bureaucracy that you put into place with the PLA. Your first project, the Helix 9 FCF project, which you're getting an update on today, went out to bid. There was one responsive bidder, one. The bid was 33% over the engineer's estimate. 3.6% small business participation, and 0% minority and women-owned business participation. That's 3.6% and 0%. On your update that you're getting today, you will notice that there is no data with regards to local hire, which I'm sure will be abysmal because as the Bureau of Labor Statistics just came out and showed, 90% of the construction workforce in America and in San Diego County is non-union. I'll say that again, in San Diego County and the country as a whole, 10% of the construction workforce chooses to wake up on a daily basis and work in a union environment. So what you're getting with your bids, as you got with this project, are reduced bidders, increased costs, and minority and women business participation rates that are abysmal because most small businesses, be they in construction or otherwise, are non-union. That's why the Black Contractors Association of America, based in San Diego County, opposed this PLA because their young men and women in their apprenticeship program are explicitly excluded from your project labor agreement work. So well done on the vote. We're just here to remind you what a failure it's already been, what it will continue to be, and we will continue to remind you of what it has been as a forewarning to others to not enter into these type of discriminatory and exclusionary agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the next speaker.
Marisol, if the next speaker is talking about the same issue, we would request them to speak at the engineering committee where it's appropriate. This is imported water, and it's not on the agenda for the PLA.
Okay.
So if there's a speaker on the line, if you're talking about PLAs, would you please refrain and wait for the engineering and operations meeting? Otherwise, go ahead.
David Everett, go ahead.
I believe the committee is receiving a project labor agreement performance review, and that's why we were speaking to it. But my comments are on the discriminatory project labor agreement.
You do.
The project labor agreement update is agendized in our Engineering and Operations Committee, which will occur a little later on today. That would be the appropriate time to make your comments on the PLA. This is the Imported Water Committee, and it's not on this committee's agenda.
Is that okay, Dave? David, is that okay? Can you call back for the Engineering and Operations meeting with your remarks?
He's been disabled. Yeah, he'll go back.
Thank you.
No further speakers, sir.
Do we have to, anybody on the Zoom or Teams need to be announced?
No further speakers.
Director Yamani is appearing under the Just Cause exemption in the Government Code due to a contagious illness. No vote is required.
Okay, we'll move along to the chair's report. As we've seen media coverage and reports, both the Colorado River and the State Water Project have benefited from the wet conditions. You may have seen in the a news release that the State Water Project has increased the allocation from 30% to 40%. So MET anticipates storing water as a result of that. On the Colorado River, our primary water source will receive a report today on the status and conditions and about the efforts of the basin to reach consensus on the lower basin agreements. I don't see Jim here yet, but he's our reporter on that. There is something in your packet that outlines. The Water Authority remains engaged on river discussions through General Manager Denham and our reps on the Colorado River Board of California. That's Directors Medaffer and Heidemann. And I thank them for their efforts. As the ad hoc chair of the MET's Colorado River Committee, I attended a CRB meeting last week at Diamond Valley Lake with Mr. Heidemann and Director Medaffer. We were all there and listened to the meeting. Lastly, Metropolitan has adopted the budget and rates earlier this month, and I'll save my remarks on that for the chair's report. And that concludes my report. There are no items on consent. Do either of my chairs, or I guess Jim's not here, anything you'd like to say, Neil?
Not much more, other than continuing concern about what's MWD and a lot of the very expensive projects that they have on their books that may or may not be a benefit to the County Water Authority, and the importance of us continue to be focused on them and to be continuing to let them know that that there are issues with them. And I think that's something you're probably going to be addressing more as part of your report. So other than that, I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. Is it Amy Reed's birthday today? Looks like it. Amy, is it your birthday today?
We can't tell.
We can't tell, other than the princess hat and all the presents. Well, happy birthday. We have 3 action, discussion, presentation items today. We're going to take them a little out of order. Instead of having the Met delegates report first, we're going to have Liz Mendelson-Husens do her report, and then afterwards the delegates will give their report. And if you have questions, which I'm sure you will, we can answer all the questions. Take her away, Liz.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Liz Mendelson-Husens, a Principal Water Resource Specialist in our MET program at the Water Authority, and today I'll present on MET's adopted biannual budget and rates. The company memo for this presentation can be found starting on page 6 of your board packet. Next slide, please. This is an overview of MET's 2025-2026 biannual budget and rate setting process. It's more abbreviated than the Water Authorities. MET described the biannual budget as status quo since it covers a transformative period during which it plans to complete its climate adaptation master plan for water, including updating its business model. At the 4th Budget and Rate Workshop held on March 26th, the board directed staff to return with options for consideration in April when it was scheduled to adopt the biannual budget and rates. All these options were to be based on a lower sales assumption with additional cost reductions as offered by its general manager. These options were to be based on different ad valorem tax rate assumptions, and some were to include an additional $60 million in new revenues that Met's general manager also offered. These are the options that staff developed for the board's consideration in April. I won't go through each option, but you can see how they vary based on their assumed AV tax rate and the associated estimated revenues that rate would result in, and whether the $60 million in annual new revenues was included. There was a wide range of opinions offered during the budget and rate discussion on what's the right course for Met to take during this biannual cycle. Since Met is also continuing with its Camp for Water process, and which is expected to lead to changes in its business model and level of investments. Met staff landed on option 1 as its recommendation, which assumed doubling the current ad valorem property tax rate and including the $60 million in annual new revenues. At its April meeting, the Met Board adopted staff's recommendation without any opposition. On this slide, you can see the associated rates and charges. The main service that we rely on Met for is to deliver our independent conserved Colorado River supplies. You can see that the exchange rate, which is what we pay Metropolitan to deliver these supplies, increases by 8.9% in 2025 and then 7.9% in 2026. I also highlighted the 2 supply rates we pay Met when we purchase Met supplies for easy reference. The adopted budget and rates assumes doubling the ad valorem property tax rate, including new revenues and reduced O&M costs. All of this mitigated the initial rate increase proposed of 13% in 2025, followed by 8% in 2026. This action landed in the middle of those who advocated for no tax rate increases to those who wanted to increase the tax rate by 183% or more. These additional tax revenues result in reductions in rates that help recover Met's state water project costs because Met's ad valorem taxes can only be used for that purpose. Even though the overall rate increases were reduced as a result of the shifting in cost recovery to taxes, many agencies that take treated water were concerned with the higher treatment surcharge. With the adoption of the 2025 and 2026 budget and rates, Met can now focus fully on its Camp for Water effort, including updating its business model. The delegates continue to focus on getting the needed analysis and information to support evidence-based decision-making on investments and business model changes so that these investments are right-sized and match member agencies' needs while ensuring that Met and its member agencies are able to afford them and Met is financially sustainable. A key part of their effort is understanding what the projected supply reliability gaps are and member agencies' needs. As you can see on this line chart on this slide, Met's actual water sales are trending below all the 2020 IRP scenarios, the 2020 Urban Water Management forecast, and the newly adopted 10-year rate forecast. Through Camp for Water, Met will identify and prioritize needed supply reliability and climate resiliency investments and strategies, which Met suggested may cost tens of billions of dollars. The treated water agencies experience where costs increase faster than agencies' desire to pay for that service indicate the need for Metropolitan to match resource investments and strategies to meet their member agencies' desire and ability to pay for them. Part of the efforts the delegates are advocating for is to now begin adapting by updating the scenarios with which the resources will be based on. Earlier this week, Met launched its business model discussion. Important in this discussion will be understanding the problem or problems that Met is trying to address. For example, what type of services should Metropolitan offer that will meet the member agency's needs over the next century? How can Met facilitate local resources exchange? What's the proper mix of fixed and variable revenues Met should have to support the new services it may offer? We anticipate all these issues will be discussed and that the delegates will keep our board up to date on those discussions. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Anybody have any questions at this point? Or would you? If you don't, we're going to go into the delegates' reports. So what we're going to be doing for the next 3 months, or two months to 3 months, is the same thing we went through at Met for the last 2 to 3 months, where the focus is entirely on budget. Now, obviously, there's other stuff going on at Met that we had meetings on and what have you, but budget was the key, and we're going to be going through the same thing. So thanks, Liz, for your report. We'll start with the delegates' reports, and I'll start with Director Smith.
Thank you, Chair Miller. So at this month's Met board meeting, we adopted the 2-year budget and rates. As chair of Met's Finance and Asset Management Committee, I feel this outcome is representative of Chair Ortega's vision of the board working together for a result built on collaboration and compromise. Through the extensive efforts of many, including Met's board chair, board leadership, management, board members, and the board's adopted alternative, that alternative had no opposition. Over the course of our four board workshops over 3 months, many board members spoke about what they were willing to accept in the final budget and rate proposal, as well as what they were not willing to accept. So that became the roadmap for the basis of the compromise that staff ultimately recommended and which the board supported. The budget includes an annual 8.5% rate increase, so that's 8.5, totaling 17% over the 2 years. And this is a balanced approach, compromising many different positions that we had at our board, including Los Angeles, which strongly opposed any increase in property taxes. But in the ultimate vote, they abstained, so that resulted in no opposition. In the end, we were able to achieve lower rate increases than initially proposed. The original proposal that came before the general manager over the 2 years was 28%. I just mentioned that we got 17. So he brought that down to 21%, which you remember I talked about last time was 13 and 8. But during the course of the workshops, late in the process, the board elected to decrease the water sales down another 100,000 acre feet. Well, what does that result in? It resulted in bumping up the increase about 8%. So we were dealing with essentially 36% rate increases over 2 years, which is a lot of what we're going to see here at the Water Authority later. But with the outcome that we had, we were able to get it down to 17. So our goal as a board was to minimize the need to continue withdrawing from our financial reserves while setting a realistic budget, and part of it replenishes those reserves. As your delegation, we're managing many different Water Authority objectives at Met right now, including efforts to manage our Colorado River supplies and our litigation. We believe the result we achieved was the best possible outcome to keep our board unified. And that completes my report.
Thanks, Director Smith. I agree with Director Smith on how we got here. It was a challenge to start with 9 options and then get down to 3 or 4 and then get down to this one. And obviously there's wide opinions on the AV tax, what to go to and what not to go to. And you can imagine if you look at our board where we've got 34 members, it's the same thing at Met, trying to get everybody going in the same direction can be a lot of wordsmithing and a lot of talking. I felt myself that it was important to Met show that they could cut a budget and could be creative in gaining new funding. And Adele came up with 2 proposals. They came to us with cuts already implemented, like Director Smith said. They had cut the budget when they came to us, and then Adele came up with a couple of more items. We lowered the sales projections by 100,000 feet for obvious reasons. If we have a faulty sales projection, we'll be looking at this 2 years from now going, damn it, we got to raise it another 2 or 3%. We're already looking at 20% increases in the next biennium. As it is, using a fantasy sales figure was just going to come back and haunt us, just like when we had the 5 and 5, it was really great until we got to this year. And the shortage in sales really hurt Met. So with that, my report is basically the same as Tim's on the budget, and I'll move on to Director Fong Sakai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my colleagues. Indeed, we achieved an extraordinary outcome on the budget and rates under very difficult circumstances. And at the same time, we took into consideration all of the diverse opinions among board members and member agencies. Looking ahead, with Met's water sales tracking below 1 million acre-feet, which is the lowest in 50 years, and with no indication that those sales will increase in the near term, Met needs to seriously reconsider the level of investments it wants to make and that it needs to make. I've repeatedly questioned what, if any, large investments Met really needs to make to provide the level of reliability that its member agencies want, but are also willing to and able to pay for in the near term and the long term. We'll keep the Water Authority and all of you member agencies posted on which of these investments are needed. We've heard loud and clear during Met's budget and rate discussions that the initial proposed rate increases of 13% in 2025, followed by the 8% in 2026, were not acceptable nor sustainable. So we are mindful that those increases do not include the additional tens of billions of dollars of proposed supply projects now being considered and in the next few months. We are working to ensure through the Camp for Water effort that Met's resources and investment planning matches the member agencies' needs, plans, and ability to pay, and devise a methodology for Met to facilitate maximizing the use of existing local resources through exchanges or otherwise. This completes my part of the report. I'll pass it on to Gail.
Thank
Director
you.
Goldberg.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be very brief and talk a little bit about where we are in the camp process, because you already heard references that much of this discussion will now be sort of punted to the business model discussion that the camp process will have. So let me just tell you that yesterday, our Committee on Long-Term Regional Business Planning and processes met yesterday for half a day, and just for the record, it's made up of 11 directors and 13 GMs. And yesterday we did a final review of our year one report. And that report, we gave input yesterday, final input. That report will go to Tim's Finance and Asset Management Committee next month for its final review. This report is a report that will be an action will be concurrence with where we are. It is not an adopted report that's going to be used to make decisions, because this process, we have all agreed, is an iterative process. Because it has so many components, and we're looking at many of the components individually, we recognize that whatever our thinking is today on this issue, it could be changed tomorrow as we begin to look at it within the context of everything else. So it's very important that this is not going to be a report that's going to be adopted for people to actually use to make decisions. It's simply a report of the progress of where we are today and what we intend to do over the next few months. The report has 3 chapters, and the first 3 are about what we have already accomplished in the past year. It talks about the background, our needs assessment. It talks about the 4 scenarios. It talks about climate decision-making framework, how the gap analysis feeds into a chart of time-bound targets that we will use to assess projects through. It talks about evaluative criteria that we might use to look at projects. And it talks about a strategy for adapting as changes occur over the next 20 years. And then it looks to what we are going to do for the remainder of 2024. And these are the things that you probably are most concerned about, the first being the business model. We have not begun that discussion. We will begin that discussion immediately after the meeting that occurs at the Finance and Asset Management. The business model is going to establish a schedule for integration of long-term financing into, or finance planning into, the Camp for Water process. We're going to look at how we are going to incorporate risk analysis into the investment decision-making. We're going to consider business model alternatives. You all know that there's a recognition at MET that the current business model no longer works. We cannot depend on volumetric rates to pay for infrastructure at MET. We need to identify how Metropolitan can pursue options that advance both affordability and equity. And I think you have heard our delegates talk about the fact that we can't afford all of the projects that are on the table. And we're going to have to be very prudent in how we make decisions as we go forward. The other 2 things that we'll be talking about for the remainder of 24 are the policies, initiatives, and partnerships. And this is looking at innovative ways to help one another. And this is the area where we will talk about things like the exchange agreements that we have been talking about here. And then we will talk finally about adaptive management, how it is that we are going to institutionalize this into MET's processes. And also how, through looking at signposts of changes as we go along, how we can adapt our review, how we can adapt our input into these processes, and make sure that we are clear about what projects get reviewed through CAMP and what projects are ordinary CIP, repair projects, maintenance projects, etc. And we're going to continue working on this for the next, this is for the rest of 2024. Our goal, of course, is to have a final report at the end of 2024. I think that's probably optimistic, but the business plan that we do, we're going to have to come up with a process that allows for a good deal more work than we can accomplish in monthly meetings. So we're also looking at how do we put together the directors, the general managers, and the experts in a more regular way. We may have weekly meetings for a while with these folks, but we're looking at how to do that. But I think the big issue for all of you will be this business model that we are going to be working on over the next 6 to 8 months. So thank you.
Thanks, Gail. Director Hogan, you have a question.
Yeah, actually, I have 2 questions, if I may. First one, I think, is Director Smith. Tim, the approved budget, does that meet MWD's financial policies, such as their reserves and their cash on hand requirements?
Yes.
And does it actually, is there concern of meeting the credit rating for MET based on the approved budget?
Yes, so that came up in the discussion, and as we mentioned before, this last year we had, $200-300 million taken out of the reserves down to the lower end. And a lot like what you see in our graphs, we're riding on the low end for the next several years, but we're never below it.
Okay.
And on the issue of the bond rating, shortly after the meeting, staff met with the bond agencies and we received the highest rating, which gives us the lowest interest rate on debt, which actually saves a lot of money.
Okay. Second question, I think, is towards Gail on this new business model, which sounds wonderful if you can get there. But there are projects now, such as One Water, Sites Reservoir, that it's kind of out of the gate and moving forward. Will those be included in the new business model decision?
They will be a part of the CAMP process, and one of the things I didn't mention that I think is important is that we did get a commitment that the models that we have used in the past, or more than a year ago, to create the gap analysis are going to be updated because we believe that the projections for population, the projections for demand may have been high. So we're hopeful that the gap analysis will also give us a lower target. But we will not be reviewing any project until we have that new analysis. I made very clear about that. We don't want to look at projects that are this expensive and this monumental without having the most recent and the best data that we can have. So they will not be reviewed until we have new data, and we will be very careful with them.
Okay. But in the meantime, we're spending money on those projects.
There is money being spent on planning, yes.
Yeah. Okay. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Hogan. Next question is from our chairman, Katz.
Good morning. We say it very often, how much we appreciate what the delegates do that represent us up in at Met. And this was a perfect example of, again, thanking you for all you do going up there and representing us. Tim, Director Smith, under your leadership of the Finance Committee, really so much was accomplished. This could have been a 13% and an 8% increase. It maybe would have even gone to 19% and 8% when they adjusted the water sales. And yet a compromise was met at 8.5 and 8.5 and doubling of the AV, which is amazing to get 100% agreement on this. Doubling the AV sounds terrible, but it really is only $2 to $3 per month for those that are in the AV area. So, number one, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your involvement. Thank you for your part in getting all of this done. And, Chairman Ortega has a lot to do with his leadership and being able to work all of this. My question, after all that thanks, is did you talk a lot about messaging and graphics on doubling of the AV tax? Because doubling of a tax sounds terrible. But when it really is only $2 to $3 per household that are going to be affected by that, how that comes out and how you report something like that to the public.
Yeah, I can answer that. So that question came up in our board workshop, and there was some focus by board members of how we message the approved budget. One of the issues that Adon said is we did do outreach. They went to every single member agency. They went and met with even sub-agencies. Amy or Liz, I can't remember the number of meetings quoted, 25, something like that. So there was outreach during the process. Your specific question about the ad valorem, it's something that the public outreach folks are working on. The other issue that was brought up, which we didn't touch on, was the treated water cost is slightly different than the untreated water costs. And when we talk about aggregate, 8.5, that's the average of everything. And so that's another issue that we're working on in terms of messaging.
Director Myers.
Thank you. I think my question goes along the line of Director Hogan, stole a little of my thunder in terms of a couple of my questions, but I think it's for Director Fong, Sakai, and Delegate Goldberg. I guess first a process question. We've talked about for example, the Pure Water Southern California project and its size and questions of viability and scope. I just want to make sure I understand. It sounds to me like this is all going to end up, or it already is now, part of the CAMP process, and decisions as to scope and decisions as to viability are going to be part of that process, and that's where the focus is going to be on discussing its viability?
Yes. Pure Water will go through the CAMP process and the CAMP evaluation process, yes.
All right. So I guess my concern is that, optimistically you're saying the end of 2024, and most likely it'll be pushed even farther than that. Yet, as I was just mentioned, that, money's already being spent and the train is running down the tracks. And I want to make sure I understood what you said about commitments. Mm-hmm. What commitment do we have at this point from MET in terms of slowing down that train, making sure the train doesn't go so far and so much money isn't spent that once you're down the road on the CAMP process, it's almost too late? And can you talk about that and how we can make sure that it's really that we'll be in a position when final decisions are made on CAMP that we're not too far down the road on some of these things?
I think that's a discussion that directors at MET are having every day. A lot of the money being spent on that particular project is through grants, and our staff and management at MET are continuing to seek grants to pay for the planning and the initial work on that. I think many of us are very concerned about how far down the road we're getting with that. And so many of the delegates, not just ours, but many of the directors are raising those kinds of questions. We remind them constantly that no vote has been taken on this project. And it's sort of interesting. I think that the question will come down to either phasing or a yes or no on the GO project. The project could be turned down, or it could be significantly slowed down in terms of the staging of the project. But it is a concern that a good deal of money is being spent on this project. And your delegates are not the only delegates who are concerned about it.
All right, thank you. And I just think as a delegation, we need to really be thinking, well in advance, I'm sure you are, about, our strategy for this and also developing the appropriate coalition building that we need to do for those that are impacted by, very strong, very high potential rate increases that impact us greatly where we may not reap much of the benefit.
Yeah, I will assure you that your delegates at MET are thinking of the long term and are building coalitions so that we can have friends when these decisions are being made. That's what compromise is really all about.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Director Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I also wanted to echo Chair Katz's appreciation of the work of our delegates. I think that one of the comments I heard here was MET taking a look at their business model, and I think that as often happens when we see something happening at MET, there's also some room for us to take another look at ourselves. I think that we run our revenue collection in a system that is a mirror of a decades ago way to collect money on water, which is using volumetric or volumetric-based fixed charges, and that the increase in AV collections at MET, given that they have that access, is a big positive, not only it collects the money directly. It doesn't have to go through their member agencies and then the sub-agencies below them. But as we move forward, and the One Water, Pure Water, all the other local reuse projects are going to increase. It's likely that in the next 20 years there will be no sewer discharges to the ocean. And so our future is going to be smaller and smaller sales, and that with the numerator-denominator problem, it's going to be almost impossible to collect those funds on a fixed charge. So perhaps the Water Authority could initiate a similar look at our business plan and potentially have to talk to the legislature about getting some new authority to collect funds in different ways, because we just can't keep dropping it on our customers and forcing it through our retail agencies to collect it. The backbone infrastructure supports the multi-billion-dollar economy of San Diego County, and that the property owners are the right people to backstop that process. I did have a conversation with a staff member of a state legislature on Tuesday about this topic, and I think that that's something that we should ramp up in our legislative efforts to give this agency the authority to collect money more directly in those ways. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Kennedy. Director McMillan, you've been waiting.
Yes, just one comment on yours, Director Goldberg. When they start using the word phasing, that's sort of a way of continuing spending, and it always seems like that project tends to be staff-driven over versus the delegates. My question is in the same area that a couple of directors talked about, and Director Smith brought up, the AV vote. We heard about what's happened before. I've only read one article on that vote, and it did have the word illegal in it. But I mean, are you getting any feedback or what? But I do like Director Kennedy's idea of us being in that arena of being able to collect AV taxes also. But have we heard any feedback on any suits or anything?
At this time, I can only answer that we have not at this time. We did get a lot of public responses when we went through the process, and there were, we seem to get the activists rise to the occasion. And so there were quite a few people that were against the increases or against the AV increases. There are people, since we passed it, that have sent in letters commending us for doing what we did. So at this point, I haven't seen anything resembling a lawsuit or a major complaint.
Can I interject one thing? One of the things that came up that I think is interesting for this discussion is that some of the folks who objected to any raise in the AV tax at Met did so because of the limitations of its use at Met, the fact that we could only use it for state water project. And many people believed that we should not have raised that tax, and we should have waited and used AV in a broader discussion of how to pay for larger infrastructure, as some of you have mentioned. And so that discussion did occur. There were people who thought we should not be wasting AV on this. We should have a discussion that's much broader so that we could use AV for large projects that we needed to, that would actually give ratepayers a lot of relief. So that was part of the discussion.
Thanks, Gail. Thanks, Dan. Director Arendt.
As the finance chair, I was hopeful to hear 6 and 6, but in looking at the voting records on the various options, what we arrived at was in the realm of possible, and so that's better than 13 and 8, and 8.5, 8.5 is a compromise, and appreciate the hard work of the delegates achieving that. I guess the question I have is you all are dealing with many complex issues at Metropolitan, and the question I have is are our board's current MWD policies granular enough to provide you direction on these issues that come forward from time to time, and then in an area when you get into an area where there is no previous policy direction, What is the process that you all use to arrive at a policy position if you're in an area where there's an absence of this board's direction on various policy issues? In other words, what is your process for reaching policy decisions at Metropolitan? I'm curious about that. Maybe that's for a broader discussion at a later time, but I have been curious about that.
Who wants to take that question? Director Smith?
I could start by saying I don't think I faced that at Met. I may, but I don't think that I have faced that yet where I would have to make a decision that was sort of contrary to the policy. But I will tell you that I take very seriously my fiduciary responsibility also to Met, and that I have to balance the needs. I think about balancing the needs while I represent San Diego and I care deeply about San Diego and want to take care of them. I also have to occasionally put on my Met hat and think about the long-term needs at Met. And so while I don't think I have had a conflict yet where I've said, oh my God, I have to do something or I think I should do something that's not good for San Diego, that has not come up in the 5 years that I have served.
Gary? You okay with that, Gary?
Well, I agree with that. I have the same when I serve on this board versus my employer, Valley Center Water Resources. So I understand. My question was, what's the process amongst the delegates to come up with a policy position on, say, what is our policy position on sites reservoir? We've heard a lot about it's costly, it's not cost effective. What is our policy position on Pure Water Southern California? I know we've observed it's expensive, and we've observed that it may be producing a water supply is too expensive, and we have concerns about it. But I've never heard that we're against it. We're opposed to the project, or we're opposed to the Sites Reservoir project, or we're supportive, or we're supportive if, like on our Bay Delta policy position, we have a policy position that says we support Delta Fix if the majority of the cost is put on supply versus transportation. Do we have a similar policy position with respect to sites or with Pure Water Southern California? Just questions that I have, and maybe...
Yeah, maybe I can just interject in terms of the coordination. Be assured that the MET program works very closely with management. So, the position that we take, we work closely with the general manager's office. So, as Gail described, Director Goldberg described, at Metropolitan, there's a platitude of issues. So we're constantly weighing the pros and cons, and with the aim for the long-term sustainability for Metropolitan and then also the Water Authority. And as you're aware, right now there are a couple of things that it's in the works that we want to get that through. So that's, those are part of the calculation. So if that's helpful.
At some point, it might be helpful to understand a little bit more about the MET process and how we operate up there, how we reach decisions, especially in areas where there's no prior direction or perspective from this board. So, thank you.
Thanks for the comments, Gary. As one of your delegates, we do not go into these meetings blind. We have pre-meetings that last anywhere from 3 to 6 hours. We discuss the agendas, what's coming up. If one of us goes off the rails, the other three with Amy and Chris and Liz brings us back to the rails so that we're not off on some tangent. We do study everything. I don't know that there's any delegates better equipped than we are at MET to go into a meeting knowing the issues. And Amy and her group keep us on that path of the Water Authority's direction. And as Gail said, we still have to remember we're up there to help MET survive. We're not up there. I mean, I've talked to Gary many times about you can't go up there and get in your bunker and do only what's good for you and to hell with everybody else. So we do try to think regionally, and then at the same time remember that we have issues in San Diego that need to be resolved along the way. So we're not going into these things blind with no idea what the Water Authority wants. But I take your idea seriously on having a policy, and I'll relay that. Dan's taken copious notes, and we'll see what we can do about that. Director Hogan, you're up again.
Thank you. Just, and Gary's brought this issue up before, but Chair Katz, if I'm not mistaken, at a recent board meeting, you said that MWD policy issues was going to be a discussion item at a workshop we're coming on. So it seems to me like that discussion plays into what Gary says. We can talk about issues that we don't necessarily have specific policies on. We can decide and have that discussion at that time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, Director Scalzetti.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I hear what Gary's trying to articulate, and it's nothing to take away from the delegates or the direction. I think all of us want to understand the process of where the direction is going. I know we had a conversation at Helix of just to understand where our delegates get direction. Is the board knows and the board kind of has an input on some of the direction where the delegates are moving, and I know it's kind of hard not to micromanage any of it, but there are representatives up there. They're not trustees. We don't just entrust them to just make all these decisions. So I think questions at our agency is like, how do they get this direction? It's come up to us before, and we said, well, we think it comes from our leadership that gives kind of the delegates direction, I guess, but I think we would like just a little bit more input of, some of these big things of, hey, how does the board feel about this, and where do we send our delegates up with a message or a direction? And I know that's not always just possible every instant or second, but some of these big actual decisions and some of these big things that I think our board should have some vision and directions for our delegates. So I think that's what we're trying to articulate, because we've questioned about who's steering the ship up there, and how do we come to these things, and how do our delegates figure out if we support some of these big items or not. So just being part of the process, I think, would help, and maybe we should have more talks or on these bigger things that so we can understand how all of us feel as a board, and not just why are we doing this and why are we going that way. Thanks.
Thanks, Joel. Just to remind everybody, Amy has been encouraging the delegates, not the delegates, but you directors, if you'd like to come up to a meeting and sit on and see what we actually do there. Because we don't go up there and sit on our hands. I'm not a huge talker when I'm sitting out there in the crowd, but I talk more at Met than I probably do here in a year in one meeting. So we are very active, and we're not silent at all up there. So I take your comments seriously, and we'll see what we can do. Director Croucher.
Thanks. And I think it's important to recognize the process that we have, that usually if you're talking about large item things, typically those don't come up overnight. Those are things that we've studied for quite a long time, and it's come through our board room as a whole for directors' input on and get opinions, and it's taken back by staff and everybody else. But I know that Chair Katz thanked the delegates and for all their effort and work, because not only do they get pounded up there, but luckily over a period of time it's really transitioned from a period of time where they were disrespected and ignored and almost taunted at times. I know that Director Hogan, Director Steiner, and Director Lewinger all were able to experience some of that firsthand, and that we've really went away from that and working together. I think initially it was focused on issues. Now it's more of a team effort up there in regards to working with the other delegates up at Met and everything else. So it's the transition that has occurred up at Met has been amazing, with the efforts of not just our delegates but also our staff. Amy and Liz have done just a phenomenal job up there, along with Alexia working with the Colorado River programs and tying that in, and our consultants. So I have to give kudos to the entire team that's working And what I would also recommend, not only for the directors that want additional input and understanding of what's going on, to make a trip up there, to observe it, to see how they operate differently, even as a board, as opposed to us, but just get an understanding of the dynamics and the decisions as they're made. Is a group that it's not just they're given free, go it and do what you want. It's a process that I think it continues through, where briefings are given to our board officers, which is given to the board officers and chairs. There's given pre-agenda briefings to all of them, and then it's open to the board members as well. So if you haven't attended the board briefings for the agendas for MET, I'd recommend you do so. You can attend via Zoom, and it's worthwhile. And staff and the delegates attend that, and they take input at that point, and they explain the reason why we're taking a certain position on something or not taking a position on something. And it's a great opportunity to understand some of those issues, that why are we taking this position on something, and provide some of your input. So I think just getting involved at that level, but my biggest thing was to say thanks to the entire team.
Thanks, Gary. Director Castaneda.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I do echo the thanks and appreciation for all the time. I know that it does take a lot of time, and it takes a lot of research, and what Director Croucher said, I can just imagine there were times when it probably wasn't that much fun to sit in that room while you were, being ignored or ridiculed or whatever. But I think that there's, I sense that there's some sensitivity here, and I just want to say that I agree completely with Director Arant and with Director Scalzetti. I think that we as a board, not individually, should be looking at these projects and understanding what their implications are and everything. I know as someone that sat on a city council for a number of years, we had a representative of an agency at Sandag, and that representative didn't always sort of come down where, maybe the majority of the city council wanted. I think the 125 is probably one of the major issues that we can sort of point to. But I think it would be helpful. I think it would essentially do two things. I think that it would basically give us comfort as a board, in terms of those decisions. Plus, also, I think it's very helpful when you're in that outside agency and you're sitting down and you basically have the argument that your organization has officially taken a position on these things. It basically solidifies, I think, the stature. I think it solidifies your argument, and I think it gives more credibility as it relates to the overall board. So, thank you.
So, just want to provide some perspective and, I guess, input and a path forward, I think, on all this. So I think the low-hanging fruit, the example which we can tear off of, is the Water Authority's position and board resolution on the BDCP, the peripheral canal, the Bay Delta fix, right? We went through what was probably a 5-year process, very detailed analysis on that, and we came to a formal position where I think anyone in this room can go out and say, the Water Authority supports the single tunnel if it's placed on supply. It's a very simple policy statement. I don't know that we can go through a 5-year process on a project like sites, but I do think that we can develop, similar to how we have legislative policy guidelines on very broad categories. I think that could start to give us a little bit of guidance as we move forward on recycled water projects in Southern California, for instance, storage in general. We got together the MET team and the Colorado River Program team a couple months ago and started to analyze the overlap between Colorado River issues and MET issues. And while we don't have a board policy per se on that, I feel very comfortable that we're aligned in that regard on the river. Arguably, I think what what we can do better is to further align our financial policies here at the Water Authority and up at Metropolitan. So that's kind of my reflection on all this, but I do think the structure of a ledge policy guideline is where we should head going forward on all this. Thank you.
Director Abdullahi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a member of this committee, so appreciate the opportunity to speak. I have a quick question, Amy. For the MET meetings for the Water Authority, it is open for directors to be able to attend. I remember seeing a couple of emails. So any director that wishes to kind of dive a little bit deeper into those conversations are able to attend those meetings, correct?
That's correct.
Except for the Brown Act, yes. Once that limit is hit, so make sure you're the first to respond.
Okay, do we have any further questions? Director Macedo.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief. I know this conversation has been going on for quite some time, and we have other business to take care of. But I do agree with the sentiments from Director Croucher. I know the work that our delegates are doing is not easy, and I think it's a lot easier for us to want to point them in the right direction. But at the same time, I think we need to be mindful of not tying their hands. A lot of the delegates are in meetings that a lot of us are not in. And just want to say, I think what General Manager Denham has said is a very good avenue to go, where we give broad guidelines without feeling that we're tying our delegates' hands while they're in these meetings, because they're in meetings that are having different voices than we're hearing here. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Val. Okay, anybody else have any further questions? Steve and Joel, your light's still on. I just didn't want to leave you out if you had another comment to make. One of the things being on the board since 2011, along with what Dan said, I was here when we were trying to formulate an opinion on the Delta Tunnel. Like Gary was here, Tom was, I think, here. A lot of us, Mike, Fern, a lot of us were here. And our main concern was transportation costs. So that's been instilled in my head ever since then. So, and our other three delegates are thinking the same way. When we see something pop up that's going to hammer transportation costs, all the bells and whistles go off in our heads. Without having a policy, we know that is a big deal. And so we watch those type of things. And we bring it to different people. For those of you that don't go to your caucus meetings where you have a delegate sitting there, you should go and you should ask those type of questions and find out where we're going, because we're more than willing to dispense the information and talk about it and tell you what's going on and get your opinion right there where you can sit in a small environment and have these conversations. So I encourage all of you to attend the delegates meetings, come up to MET if you're so inclined and have the time, and see what we go through up there. It's much better than what Fern and Mike and the prior people, Jerry, had when they were there. It's a different environment. We are respected. We are listened to. So I'd encourage you to be as involved as you want to, because that's where you're going to tell us what your opinions are. So anyhow, I encourage you to partake of as much as you can stand. I don't have any other questions. We have a report from Alexi on the river updates.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Miller and members of the committee and board. My name is Alexi Schnell. I'm the Colorado River Program Manager, and today I'll be providing an update on Colorado River hydrology and basin states issues. The corresponding report can be found in the supplemental materials beginning on page 35. So as we know, the Colorado River is a critical resource for the San Diego region, providing over half of the region's water coming from the river. So the storage projects across the Colorado River Basin can store as much as 60 million acre feet, but it's the basin's two largest storage reservoirs, Lakes Powell and Lake Mead, that together provide over 50 million acre feet of the storage capacity. The Bureau of Reclamation manages the coordinated operation of these two critical storage reservoirs, setting operations for the next calendar year in August based on the 2007 interim guidelines. So the basin has been in drought for over 2 decades. The last time these reservoirs were close to capacity was back in 1999. So critical to the future of the river is the planning that's underway between reclamation and basin stakeholders for both near-term actions to address shortages and long-term planning for the river's operation. And I'll talk more about that later in the presentation. So first, we'll take a quick look at hydrologic conditions in the basin. While California was able to come out of 3 years of drought this past year, the Colorado River Basin remains in drought. Last year's near record-setting snowpack on the basin helped to stabilize reservoirs, reducing risks of reaching critical elevations, and provided more time to find solutions. But we're not going to see the inflow we saw last year, although looking at precipitation right now at 101% of normal and snowpack 95% of normal. Last year, it's not going to be what we saw last year. The indicator for that, we look at the forecasted inflow. That's the amount of water that actually makes it into Lake Powell with the snowmelt from the snowpack. And last year, that was at it ended up at 140% of normal. And this year, it is forecast at only 84% of normal. So while this year keeps us on track to having time to make decisions on how to go forward, it's just not going to put the same amount of water into the reservoirs that we saw last year. Okay, so now I want to talk to cover operating conditions on the river. So the first shortage declaration on the river was declared back in 2022, and then in 2023 it was elevated to a shortage level 2 condition. And then last year's storm stopped the decline at Lakes Mead and Powell enough to improve projections for 2024, resulting in reclamation scaling back the shortage condition for this year for 2024 to level 1. And I'll comment that California, with its senior rights, does not face reductions at either a level 1 or level 2 shortage. And based on Reclamation's recently released April 24-month study, which provides an early look at projections for next year, Lake Mead is projected to fall approximately 16 feet by the end of the year from its current level, and Mead is expected to continue to operate in a level 1 shortage condition in 2025. Okay, so I mentioned earlier that there are both near-term and long-term planning efforts underway. So in 2022, with a level 1 shortage declaration in place, persistently worsening conditions led to Reclamation looking to revise the river's operating guidelines in the near term through 2026. That is when the 2007 interim guidelines will expire. So to give a little bit of background on this, in June 2022, Commissioner Tootin issued a call for basin-wide reductions of 2 to 4 million acre-feet, calling on basin stakeholders to take near-term actions to promote conservation and bolster the river through 2026. With the only response coming from the California agencies offering to conserve an additional 400,000 acre-feet per year through 2026, that led to Reclamation starting the NEPA process to prepare a supplemental environmental impact statement to modify the 2007 interim guidelines, which are the operating guidelines for the river. So even though conditions had improved on the river by early spring 2023, we were seeing those heavy storms coming through, Reclamation went ahead and released a draft SCIS in April calling for potential mandatory cuts in the lower basin that potentially would have triggered cuts to the Water Authority's QSA supplies. In response, the lower basin states came together. They previously had not been able to, but they came together at that point and submitted a proposal for a new alternative in May 2023. And that alternative is referred to as the Lower Basin Plan. And this consensus-based, conservation-focused plan provides up to 3 million acre-feet through 2026, so near-term actions of voluntary conservation, including the 400,000 acre-feet per year that California had offered previously. So that led to Reclamation last spring temporarily withdrawing their draft SCIS to analyze the new Lower Basin Plan, and in October Reclamation issued a revised draft SEIS identifying this lower basin plan as the proposed action. The final environmental document, the final SEIS, was released by Reclamation this March, and the record of decision is expected to be released in the coming weeks. So following the release of the draft SEIS last fall, joint agreements were reached in late 2023 as the first step in implementing the lower basin plan. In the System Conservation Implementation Agreement between IID and Reclamation, IID agreed to conserve 115,000 acre-feet in 2023. The Water Authority, through a separate agreement with IID and MWD, provided the 50,000 acre-feet from its QSA supplies to be left in the river to help IID achieve its target, with the Water Authority's contribution funded through the Inflation Reduction Act. The 2023 agreement saved the Water Authority approximately $20 million. More agreements will be needed in 2024 through 2026 to reach the lower basin's 3 million acre-foot plan goal, and the Water Authority is ready to participate in future agreements that are mutually beneficial and with federal funding to cover costs. So now I'll talk about the long-term planning that I mentioned, and this would be for the post-2026 river operations. So in June 2023, Reclamation initiated the separate but parallel process to prepare an environmental impact statement for the development of the post-2026 guidelines for Colorado River operations. Following a public scoping process last fall, Reclamation set a deadline for this March to receive proposals for alternatives, and the 7 basin states did meet to work towards a consensus-based operational alternative that would be evaluated in the IS, but were not able to reach consensus by Reclamation's deadline. Instead, separate alternatives were submitted to Reclamation in early March. The lower basin alternative that was prepared by California, Arizona, and Nevada, and the what's called the Upper Division States alternative by the Upper Basin states of Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico. So while there are some similar core elements, there are also very significant differences, and I'll highlight one key difference. Both alternatives include the lower basin states and Mexico taking shortage reductions of up to 1.5 million acre-feet annually, but they differ in how additional reductions would be met. The lower basin's proposal would evenly split reductions above that 1.5 million acre-feet between the upper and lower basins, while in contrast, the upper basin's proposal would attribute all reductions above that to the lower basin. So actually all reductions to the lower basin, and there would be no reductions to the upper basin. So now in summary, the focus in 2024 will continue to be on both development of the framework for the post-26 guidelines and on the implementation of the lower basin plan to bolster the river through 2026. For the post-26 guidelines, while Reclamation is evaluating the proposals received last month, the lower basin parties continue to refine the lower basin alternative, and discussions continue with the goal of a consensus-based alternative with all 7 basin states, Mexico, and the tribes. A draft EIS for the post-26 guidelines is expected to be released by Reclamation in December of this year. So the Water Authority did participate in the 2007 interim guidelines negotiations and is engaged now in the current discussions through the Colorado River Board of California, and will continue to be a collaborative partner in the basin, working to create more flexibility while highlighting the need to protect the law of the river to ensure the long-term sustainability of the Colorado River. And that concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Alexi. Do I have any questions for Alexi? I don't see any.
Okay.
Bill Hazenkamp at Met said that as of now, we've left over 600,000 acre-feet of water in Lake Mead from the California parties, and that includes everybody in California. If you team that up with what Arizona and Nevada are doing, we're well on our way to meeting that 3 million acre-feet. Obviously, it doesn't come without pain because we're using fallowing primarily to get those savings. So it's not a long-term plan, but for the short term, we're meeting our obligations or exceeding our obligations. Okay, I don't see anything else. Anybody with any input, we can move along. The Colorado River Board representatives reports in your book. I encourage you to read it, and I will ask our general counsel if we need to go into closed session.
Thank you. We will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. We have now emerged out of closed session with nothing to report.
And being no further business, we are adjourned. 5 minutes.
Good morning. Welcome to the Legislative and Public Outreach Committee meeting for Thursday, April 25th. I am Chair Jerry Buckowitz. We have one board member requesting to participate remotely this month. General Counsel Edwards, can you make the announcement?
Thank you. Director Yamani is participating remotely under the Just Cause exemption in the Government Code due to a contagious illness. Thank you.
Votes today will be by roll call vote. As we discuss the items on the agenda today, I will be calling on directors who raise hands to speak. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all of your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda. Nidia, can you please call the roll?
Chair Buckowitz.
Here.
Vice Chair Ray. Present. Vice Chair Steiner. Director Acosta. Croucher.
Here.
Hilliker. Here. Leahy. Here. Lines. Here. Madaffer. Quaylen.
Here.
Serrano. Simpson. Whitburn. Yamane. Here. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I do not have any additions to the agenda. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any items listed on the Legislation and Public Outreach Committee agenda.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I don't see any.
Seeing none, I'll move on to the chair's report. I am pleased to report that the Water Authority Public Education campaign from last summer is the finalist for 2 state and regional awards. The Thanks for Planting Me outreach effort has been recognized by the California Association of Public Information Officers and the American Marketing Association San Diego chapter. Good luck to the public affairs team and congratulations on a well-deserved recognition. I had the pleasure of going to Sacramento as part of an ACWA legislative symposium. Staff and I were able to meet with several of our delegation members and discuss Water Authority priorities. I want to thank Vice Chair Steiner for attending the Water Use Efficiency Regulations briefing that we hosted for our state delegation district staff. We had approximately 35 people in attendance and had almost all of our state delegation offices represented. Are there any director comments? There is one item on the consent calendar this month. The item is the adoption of bill positions. There is an accompanying staff memo in the packet. Oh, pardon? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lindsay.
That's okay. Thank you. I just wanted, as part of my comments for today, just wanted to acknowledge our Vice Chair's birthday, and I appreciate your dedication for spending the day today with us here for these important items, as well as to the water industry as a whole. So thank you. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
I'm sure there's no other place she'd rather be. There's one item on the consent calendar this month. The item is the adoption of bill positions. There is an accompanying staff memo in the packet, and there are 3 bills identified in the report for adoption of positions. All of the bills on this consent calendar portion of our agenda are included here because the policy issue and recommended positions are consistent with the board's previously adopted legislative policy guidelines.
So moved.
So move. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Fern, would you like to speak?
Yes, and I did.
It was just to make the motion.
Since looking at the lights doesn't always work.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, roll call. Sorry.
Chair Buckowitz,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray,
Yes. Yes.
Steiner,
Yes.
Director Croucher,
Yes.
Hilliker,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lines,
Yes.
Quaylen,
Yes.
Yamane. Director Yamane?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. There's one action discussion presentation item this month from Megan Corrales, Government Relations Manager, will provide a government relations update.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm actually going to forego my report because we have a special guest today, and so I'm happy to answer questions afterwards, but I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Steiner to introduce our guest, and then we can answer questions after.
Thank you, Megan. It's my great privilege to introduce to you a longtime friend from Sacramento, the Environmental Policy Advisor to Senate Pro Tempore Mike McGuire, Kip Lipper. This is his 7th Pro Temp service, and the reason that it's his 7th is because he is a hardworking, experienced, knowledgeable, and most important, nimble person up in Sacramento who's able to get things moving and done. He's going to talk to us about the bonds and Senate Bill 1342, Senator Atkins' bill that we have supported. Thank you, Kip, for being here and for taking the time and hanging in there to speak to everyone.
Thank you, Board Member Steiner. I'm hoping everybody can hear me okay and see me. First of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to join you today and to make a presentation to the committee. As Board Member Steiner said, I'm going to talk about two things. One is an update on the discussions in Sacramento over what people refer to as a climate bond, but in reality, it's really kind of a water, flood, drought, wildfire, and sea level rise bond, but kind of the collective term is a climate bond. It has very important implications for the Water Authority. And then also briefly touch on a bill that my former boss, Senate Pro Tem Atkins, who of course is well known to all of you in San Diego, is authoring this year to help streamline and speed up the approval of the San Vicente project in San Diego County. So let me first quickly turn to the bond. As you all know, California periodically and the legislature periodically puts bond measures on the ballot. These are typically 2/3 vote bills. They require a governor's signature, just like a regular bill. They require a couple of other things, though, too. They require strong support at the ballot based on, what voters are concerned about. And voters these days are very keenly aware of water shortages, of wildfires, of, cliffs collapsing into the Pacific Ocean and so forth. And bond measures, unlike the general fund, have to be spent on, what are called capital outlay projects or new investments in infrastructure. They, generally speaking, cannot appropriate funds for ongoing programs. And, these are usually big measures. They usually appropriate several $billion, maybe even more. And once they're approved by the voters, they're backed by the full faith and credit of the state of California and are a very secure way of building new public infrastructure. So this year, there's a very lively conversation going on in the California legislature over what we should put on the November 2024 ballot. And I won't spend much time on the other two pieces. There's discussion about an education bond and about a housing bond. But the third piece, and the one that I'm working on for Pro Tem McGuire, is this climate bond that I mentioned.
the last bond measure to appropriate funds for things like recycled water, like San Diego Pure Water, for dam repairs and for other kinds of infrastructure, was really over a decade ago. If you look at Proposition 1 that was passed when Governor Brown was governor, there was a natural resources bond, Prop 68, passed in 2018, but that was sort of more focused on wildfires and other kinds of things. So this is really kind of a once in a governor's 2-year term that we tackle these bond measures. The other thing is this year, as many of you know, the state legislature and governor are grappling with record budget deficits in the $68 billion range. And so the money that would otherwise be dedicated to some of these activities that I mentioned is scarce, and it's hard to come by it. So the bond measure, to some extent, is being used to help, make the long-term investments that the state would otherwise be ready to make, given the needs out there and the impacts of many of these issues on the state. So the budget cuts have certainly helped, stimulate the discussion for a bond. Both houses, the legislature, the Senate and the Assembly, have their own bills on this issue. The Senate's vehicle is SB 867, authored by Senator Ben Allen, but co-authored by a number of other senators. The Assembly has a variety of bills that have been introduced over there. There's been a change in leadership since the original Assembly bill was introduced, but so it's unclear whether that will be what the Assembly will put forward at this point. And of course, the governor signaled in January that he was open to a bond, but didn't give any details. Right now, the Senate is in the process of meeting among our senators and discussing what a bond should look like, what the amount should be, how to address the concerns of stakeholders, including the Water Authority, and how to interact with the Assembly and the governor on this issue. And I think we're pretty far along in terms of being ready to go. Senator McGuire has made this issue a priority, just as Senator Atkins did when she was pro tem. We've had a working group meeting that kind of spans across the caucus, members from the Central Valley, the North Coast, Southern California, and so forth. And we have been meeting and going over polling data and looking at ways to adjust this bond to fit into the broader conversation I mentioned with education and housing. One thing I would just say is it looks like the amount of any climate bond would be between $6 and $8 billion, or $6.5 and $8.5 billion. That's a lot, by the way. That's a big bond, but it's when you compare it to the needs out there, obviously, it's I think people were talking originally in the $15 billion range. So that's kind of the amount. The content of the bond is not agreed to at this point, but I can tell you the Senate's focus, as I mentioned, are key issues like drought and water, including many of the San Diego Water Authority's priorities on water, flood protection, including dam repair, wildfire mitigation, sea level rise, which, just for those of you who think of it in the abstract, think about the cliffs that have collapsed along the northern San Diego area that have blocked the ability of rail to get down into the San Diego area. So that's a big issue too. And so sea level rise is in part addressing the impacts of erosion along coastal California. So the status of the discussions are, we have been meeting in the Senate. We have done some stakeholder meetings with groups like Aqua and with some of the statewide water groups, as well as environmental groups, as well as local governments and others. And we will continue to do that. The time frame to get this done, just so you know, is we really need to have a bond ready to go, and all three parties, meaning the governor, the Assembly, and Senate, on board sometime by mid-May in order to put it up for a vote and meet the deadline under the election code to qualify a bond measure for the November ballot, which is basically late June. So we're moving pretty quickly in terms of time frame. We welcome any input. Your representatives here in Sacramento Bob and others have done an enormously great job. And of course, I'm educated on a lot of the Water Authority issues thanks to Fern and others who I've gotten to know and worked with, including many of you, your board members, as a staff person for Senator Atkins. And I can assure you, a lot of the things that San Diego is working on are still very much central to any statewide bond measure. So that's the bond report. I'll quickly now turn to the measure that was referenced, Senator Atkins' bill, which is basically taking a streamlining process that the legislature approved last summer and that Governor Newsom signed into law to speed up by years the approval and environmental reviews for certain big infrastructure projects that the state needs to meet its clean energy and climate goals. This was a big package of bills that related to transportation projects, including the new high-speed rail project that's gotten a lot of press lately from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, the first high-speed rail project that will be built in California. But it's also being used for a lot of environmental and water infrastructure. And so I would encourage the Water Authority to look at that, because I think a lot of facilities are subject to it. But one that we were concerned about that might not be, and we wanted to make sure, and Senator Atkins wanted to make sure, was the San Vicente project that she has supported literally since she's been in office, and that we know is important to the Water Authority. Basically, what the law does, and I want to be very clear, it's optional. The Water Authority does not need to use it if it doesn't want to. But what it does is it allows for an opt-in process whereby the environmental review for the project would be truncated, if I could put it that way, down from up to 5 or 6 years under the normal process down to less than a year under the new streamlining process. Now, I want to emphasize the streamlining does not in any way weaken environmental protections. It doesn't weaken the voice of the public to be able to speak out, whether they're in support or opposition to the project. So it is not designed to truncate any processes that exist in current law. Rather, it is intended to get the agencies and the courts to move much more quickly than they might otherwise do so based on the priority projects like San Vicente have with respect to both the water and clean energy benefits to San Diego. So that's the bill. I'm very grateful, and I know Senator Atkins is, that the Water Authority has been both a sponsor and supporter of the bill. Your team in Sacramento has done an amazing job in helping us get the bill through. I haven't shared this with anyone yet, but I was notified this morning that the bill will be granted what's called a 28.8 rule waiver, meaning the bill goes to the Appropriations Committee, but it will be essentially consented out of that committee and go straight to the floor. So there will be really a pretty quick process in the Senate, and we're hoping to move it through the Assembly quickly as well. So with that, I hope I didn't take up too much time. I appreciate the opportunity to see many of you who I know, and I'm glad to get a chance to visit with you, and I'm happy to take any questions. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Kip, for taking the time out of, we know, a busy schedule up there with everyone trying to move a lot of bills all over the place. So we want to thank you on behalf of the Water Authority for taking the time to come and talk with everybody.
I'm very happy to do it. And I love seeing you, Fern, I have to say. Madam Board Member, excuse me.
Is there any questions for Kip before he signs off?
Kip, thank you very much for being with us today. And we've enjoyed working with you all the time that you were with Tony Atkins and now with the new pro tem. The different things that you talked about as far as this water bond, the climate bond, would it be separate from the housing and the education? And are people talking about having all three bonds on the ballot? And what is your thought about, if it is all three, the risk of getting none of them through?
You know, that's a great question. And I apologize if I wasn't as clear as I could be. Yes, the answer is it is contemplated that three bonds, three separate measures, that if you went into the voting booth you'd have three separate things to check yes or no on the ballot related to bonds. One would be an education bond to invest in education facilities. A second would be a housing bond to do the same for housing in California. And then there would be a third one, again, that we kind of use the term climate bond, but it's really, when you disaggregate it, it's really a lot of it's water and flood and drought. And then, of course, like I said, sea level rise, wildfire mitigation, and so forth. So you would have those as three different options. They all three would have to pass the legislature and be put on the ballot by the date I mentioned, late June. And they go ahead of other ballot measures because the legislature put them on the ballot. So that's a good thing, I'm told, from the standpoint of, the voters getting to look at that first before they move down the ballot to other measures. You raise a really good point, and I'm not an expert. I mean, frankly, your lobbyist here in Sacramento, Bob Giroux, is my go-to guy on these things and knows politics so well. But, there is some concern about how much the voters are willing to vote for in terms of bonded indebtedness. And I think the Governor Newsom, it feels a little bit chastened after the vote on Proposition 1 in the primary that barely squeaked through. And as you may recall, that was a $6.8 billion homeless bond. So, there's some concern out there about what the voters are willing to tolerate. But then there's also the countervailing view that, the vote in November, unlike in March, will be a much bigger universe of people voting. It's a presidential election. The turnout will be much higher, and the voter profile will be much more sympathetic to these kinds of state investments than the voter profile from March. So Senator McGuire, the polling we see and the view of the Senate at this point is we're all in on these bonds. I can't speak for the governor. I can't speak for the assembly. But we think the voters will approve these bonds if they're given the opportunity to do so for all the reasons I stated. But thank you for the question.
Great. And just one follow-up question. When it gets 2/3 vote by the legislature and it gets the governor's signature and therefore it goes on the ballot, does it need only 50% of the voters, or does it need 2/3 of the voters for passage?
It requires only 50%.
Great. Thank you.
So it's and I will tell you, we looked at some of the polling from March, and even if we had put this on the March ballot, the data, that turnout models that we looked at showed that the climate bond, at least in and of itself, not including education and housing, would have still passed. It would have squeaked through at like 52 to 48 or something like that, which is not atypical for these bond measures. They never, pass overwhelmingly, but I think our pollsters and the political people that the pro tem is advised by think that there's a really good chance that we would get this done. And we all know the need is out there. And I think one of the things that we've talked a lot about with our senators is how people are very well educated. They have seen the impacts of wildfires. They've seen the impacts of droughts and of floods, even in Southern California. And we know that, there have been significant effects along the California coast, from Del Mar all the way up to the North Coast and Mendocino, where entire portions of the coastal California, locations are collapsing into the sea. So it's not a hard case to make if you lay it out there, but it's a really good question you're asking, and we're trying to stay very keenly attuned to what the voters are concerned about. And there is obviously concern about the economy and the cost to households and so forth.
No other questions? Nick Serrano, and then Gary, you want to speak? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kip, thank you for the time. Nick Serrano here representing the city of San Diego. It's always great to see you. As you may know, the city has been engaged with the Senate on some needs of ours with regard to recycling as well as dams. I just want to share with you our support for fairly large number when it comes to dams. I think the rehabilitation, the infrastructure investment in dams has been a long overdue conversation, and that's not just exclusive to the city of San Diego. I think it's really a statewide concern. So I'm just want to express our support for seeing a big number associated with that. Also, naturally, with regard to any funding that may become available for our Pure Water San Diego water recycling project, we are still committed to that project, despite what you might hear, everybody. And I did want to just ask, though, has there been any discussions with regard to funding being made available through this with regard to further 1383 implementation, or specifically, actually, and I think top tier that comes to mind for me is any funding for the Tijuana River Valley. I think you're aware of the problems of the Tijuana River Valley contamination here in San Diego. It's a long-standing issue. I believe the Assembly version has some funding or some language associated with that. Not sure if there's any that's going to be contemplated in the Senate, but just wondering if that may be something that we could see in the future.
Yeah. Thanks, Board Member Serrano, and thanks for all your good work. We, needless to say, thanks to you all, and over the years that I've worked with all of you, I've become pretty well educated, on a lot of these issues and their impacts on the San Diego region. And, Senator Atkins, she knows this stuff like the back of her hand, and she always reminds me about the dam safety issues and some of the other issues that come up in the San Diego region. So you all have done a great job on that sort of thing. You raise a couple of really good questions. The Senate bond does have money, a significant amount of money for recycled water. It's not specific to San Diego Pure Water, but we have worked with the State Water Board and with the administration in the past to make sure that as they go through that process, San Diego is so far ahead of most other parts of the state that it always ends up doing very well. But we will, assuming the bond does pass, we will work closely with you on that. The Tijuana River issue is a really good one, and I've done a lot of work on that for Senator Atkins, and of course Assemblymember Alvarez and others, and Mayor Gloria have done amazing work on it as well. The state has made money available through the budget for the investment in cleaning up the pollution from the Tijuana River watershed, but it's not enough, and obviously we, like the San Diego delegation, are looking to the federal government and the Biden administration and others to help, come up with the kind of money that really is needed to address the problem permanently. But I can tell you, it is an issue that's very important, not just the Tijuana River, but the New River. This is something that I think, as we sit down with the Assembly and reconcile the two bond measures, that you will see more activity on, and we will make sure that we address that. So that's definitely something that that is on the table. And there's a little bit of a dance that goes on. We kind of anticipate the Assembly will come in with some things, and we put some things on the table, and then we work together. But I do think the items that you mentioned are very high priority for both houses, and I think probably for the governor as well. So thanks for raising those, and thank the mayor for all his good work on this stuff. I know you have a great delegation, not just with Senator Atkins, but Senator Blakespear and Senator Jones. All the members of the delegation work really well together on these kinds of issues, and it makes my job a lot easier. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Kit. I appreciate hearing that from you. We are likewise very much grateful for the delegation that we have had in Sacramento, led by our great Senator Toni Atkins. Again, thank you for your work with her. Thank you for the work that you're continuing to do with the Pro Tem, and count on us to stay engaged and be in touch as this moves forward. Thank you.
Gary.
Thank you.
Yeah, real quickly, can you give us a little more detail on how you compress a normally 5 or 6 year process down to, 9 months? Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. The key thing really is looking at the current environmental review process and speeding it up in two places. One on the administrative side, and most of you, I know you all are very familiar with the CEQA process and the NEPA processes and so forth. And, these are processes where basically a project is reviewed for its significant environmental impacts. Those impacts are identified and there are proposed mitigation measures. And then the mitigation measures are adopted and the final environmental documents are approved or certified and the project goes forward. That process under normal circumstances, under the normal process, can take, up to 5 years and even longer, partly because it's a back and forth. You have a public agency, a lead agency making the initial determinations. You have public input and comment. You have other agencies, also known as responsible agencies, who are commenting into that process, like the Department of Fish and Wildlife or the Department of Water Resources or local agencies. So that can take a lot of time. And what the Atkins bill does is it sort of accordions a lot of those processes, not to eliminate them, but to speed them up. So instead of having processes that are sequential, you will have processes that are concurrent. And that shaves off a lot of time just in getting the administrative and land use and other environmental review processes done. The second thing it does is it sets a deadline on the courts. So if anybody's going to challenge the project, and we have heard, that obviously there are always people out there that have concerns about these projects. If they're going to bring a lawsuit or otherwise challenge a project, the court has to resolve those challenges within basically 2/3 of a year, 270 days. And that, again, given the delays and time frames for a lot of litigation, as you all know, that can take years and years, and it can go to the appellate courts and really delay projects. The Senator Atkins bill says resolve all claims by 270 days, or 2/3 of a year, for lack of a better way to put it. So the main thing is it's compressing and concurrently moving on timelines in a way that normally these would be sequential or there would be no predictable deadline. And that's the main thing. And as I said, I want to emphasize it does not, you can feel very comfortable that if one of your constituents or others comes in and says, hey, you're taking away my ability to object to the project or to say that I don't want to build over here, I want to build over there. That is not true. The rights of parties to comment on projects are fully preserved, and the requirements to mitigate the effects are exactly as they would be under the normal environmental processes.
Thank you.
Fern?
Kip, it's correct that the Senator Atkins bill was patterned on something that's already been done in compressing the CEQA process up in Irwindale and other areas. Is that right?
Yes, that's exactly right. I mean, this is a tried and true process. In fact, and the board members may know about this, Governor Newsom announced in December that he's applying this same process to the environmental review of the Sites Reservoir, which is the reservoir up in northern California in the upper Central Valley up near Colusa. This is the off-stream storage dam project that is going to be built to provide water for Southern California and for the State Water Project. And the governor has, he likes this process a lot, and he realizes it's very helpful. So he has applied it to the Sites Reservoir environmental review. It's also being used, and again, it's modeled on something Senator Atkins really came up with several years ago, and that is for housing. I mean, housing projects, particularly those that can be controversial, can sometimes get delayed and bogged down on these processes, and we've applied this same process for other kinds of high priority projects. So again, I want to be clear, speeds things up, accordions the timelines, but does not limit the requirements that California law would already impose on mitigation. So it's kind of a win-win in that regard.
No other questions. Megan, you're going to introduce Kristen?
Okay, well, we have Kristen and Bob on the line, but because of timing, we'll just open it up to questions if there's any other questions that we want to ask them directly. And again, I want to say thank you to Kip for being on and taking questions. We really appreciate it. But with that, we'll just open it to questions, and then if not, we'll move forward.
Well, let me say thank you again. And I consider myself, my parents lived for many years in La Jolla, so I consider myself a San Diegan. And I'm always here if I can help, regardless of who I'm working for. So thank you.
Yes. So we're skipping Kristen, too. Any questions of Kristen? sorry we kept you on the line, but thank
worries.
you. Okay.
We'll see you all at Aqua.
Okay, and now we're going to defer. Jen Stiff's Public Affairs Supervisor will her report until February. Is there any other?
Yes, I just want to let everyone know that we are going to skip water planning, and so the next committee will be engineering and operations in 5 minutes at the conclusion of this meeting. Nick Serrano has a question.
Nick? Wait, we have...
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Just under the Sacramento report, I did want to request, if possible, for a future agenda that the board consider an Assembly Bill 1827 by Assemblymember Pappen, as well as a bill that, while we were in D.C., we were very proud to see introduced by our own Representative Scott Peters, the Drought Act. I think those are both bills that are worthy of this board's consideration, so I would just put that as a potential future agenda item for this committee to consider. Thank you.
Did you get that, Megan? Thank you. Nobody else? We're adjourned. Boy, that's like...
Doesn't apply.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you? See you. Still not awake. Yeah. What's that?
The budget part. Our budget.
Oh, yeah. So who knows how long that takes, but we're trying to conserve all the time we can to get you guys out of here.
When I was looking through it,
I'm not going to be here.
Post on your arm. Yeah, just send me the
Good morning and welcome to the April 2024 meeting of the Water Authority's Engineering Operations Committee. As we discussed the items on today's agenda, we'll be calling on directors who push their speaker buttons. Please limit your comments to matters that not have been discussed and state your points that you have when you get a chance to speak, so we can move through our agenda pretty quickly. I know we have a after lunch nice big discussion. So if I could ask for a roll call, please.
Chair Scalzetti?
Yes, here.
Vice Chair Elitharp?
Here.
Vice Chair Macedo?
Here.
Directors Abdullahi?
Here.
Arant?
Yes.
Buckowitz? Castaneda?
Here.
Fong Sakai?
I'm present.
McMillan?
Yes.
Miller?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
Wiley? Supervisor Desmond? Chair Scalzetti, you have a quorum of the committee.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additions to our agenda?
There are none.
Awesome. Move through it. Public comment. These are. Is there any members of the public who would like to address the committee at this time?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you're listening by phone. We have one. Dave Everett, you have 3 minutes to make your comments and can begin now.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Dave Everett, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Western Electrical Contractors Association, or WECA. The Western Electrical Contractors Association has a statewide apprenticeship program, and unfortunately, under your project labor agreement, none of our apprentices are able to work on these projects. Also not able to work on these projects are 90% of the construction market, according to the Department of Labor. They came out, we used to always say that 8 out of 10 construction workers were non-union. Now the Department of Labor is saying that it's 9 out of 10. It's 90% of construction workers are non-union. So you're basically restricting yourself to 10% of the market. And not surprisingly, that's why your first project under this PLA, according to this PLA report you're getting, is 33% over the engineer's estimates. 33% over the engineer's estimates for what? You know, any of these goals that we could set without a project labor agreement. It's literally just to pay off big labor bosses and give this work to 10% of the market. So if you close 90% of the McDonald's in the area, the 10% that's remaining would certainly be more expensive. So that's what's going on in the market, you know, kind of an aspect of it. But in the specifics of it, you know, our contractors, the non-union contractors, also represent 98% of Black and Latino construction companies. So you're also discriminating against 98% of Black and Latino-owned construction companies. So not surprising, you're seeing a 33% increase over the engineers' estimates. And frankly, I think the engineers' estimates are always a little bit high in these projects. And so even with a high estimate, you're seeing a 33% increase. So that's what you're going to see with these project labor agreements. The next things you're going to see is that you're not meeting any of the fake goals that are set in this. You're not meeting your local hire goal. You're not meeting your small business participation. You're not meeting your minority and women goals as far as hiring on this project. And if you look at the numbers, it's 3.6% small business participation, 0% women-owned business participation. If you dive into the numbers on this, if you hit any of the goals, it'll be by accident, but the majority you will not hit. And that's what districts are finding out all over San Diego. Higher returns because you're limiting the market to such a small percentage. And then also all these goals that you use to justify it, you're not hitting any of these goals. And so, you know, you're basically getting 4 projects for the price of 5. So I would ask that in the future, they would bid these projects, the authority, and would vote to bid these projects so that everybody can bid. The union will end up with plenty of work on these projects, but also you'll open it up.
You have 20 seconds left. Please wrap up your comments.
Sure, but you'll also open it up to the 90% of other construction workers in San Diego County that choose to work in a non-union environment. So thank you very much. And we tried to warn you that's going to result in higher costs, and here you are with a 33% increase in in cost construction over the engineer's estimate. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Moving on to our chair's report.
We have one more speaker.
Oh, one more. Okay, great.
Eric, you will have 3 minutes to make your comments and can begin now.
Good morning, Eric Christian, Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. We're a statewide organization that was formed 25 years ago solely to oppose discriminatory and wasteful project labor agreements. Just a brief refresher for those of you that don't remember, in October of 2022, when the board ingeniously decided to place a project labor agreement on all work, we warned you what that would mean with regards to costs, with regards to local hire, with regards to small minority business participation. You then proceeded to implement a PLA, thereby excluding, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the 90% of the young men and women who choose to wake up on a daily basis in San Diego County and work in a union-free environment from being able to work on your projects. You then hired a senior management analyst just to oversee this new layer of bureaucracy that you brought on by adhering to big labor special interest demands to place a PLA on your work, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then you had your first project, the Helix 9 FCF project, go out to bid. You had one bidder, one. That was 33% over budget that you'd anticipated. There were 0% minority and women-owned business participation rates and a small business participation rate of 3.6%. In this report that you're getting today, there isn't even any data as to what your local hire participation is, because of course it will be awful, as 90% of the workforce is union-free, but it's not even being presented today. Why is that? So that is what happened in the past. Today you're looking at nothing because there's no data being presented. But we are going to be constantly reminding you of what your project labor agreement has gotten you, is getting you in the future, so that we can use this to warn other entities that decide to award special interests monopoly agreements on projects. But I wanted to make sure to point out exactly what has happened in the past, what's happening today, and what you can guarantee will continue to happen while you have a discriminatory PLA in place that forces non-union construction firms, should they choose to bid your projects, which they won't, but if they choose to, they are not allowed to use their apprentices. They have the few workers they are allowed to use are forced to pay into union health, welfare, and pension plans that they'll never vest in. That's wage theft. And what you're left with are these big multinational corporations like Kiewit being the
Eric,
sole.
you have 30 seconds left. Please wrap up your comments.
Thank you. Being the sole bidders on these projects, who don't bring in local workers, who do not have any minority or women participation rates or small business participation rates. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and thank you for your comments and your oversight on this matter. Moving on to our chair's report today. I had a big report, but I'm going to volley it till next month. Going on to director comments. Do we have anything for our vice chairs? Any comments? Thank you. Any director comments for engineering this month? Okay, right through it. Consent calendar. We do not have a consent calendar. We do have some action and discussion and presentation items. Item 1 is a brief presentation for critical pipeline management. Martin Coghill is going to give us a brief presentation.
Good morning, Chair Skull City, members of the E&O Committee. My name is Martin Coghill, Operations and Maintenance Manager for Asset Management, and I'm here to present on critical pipeline management. This item can be found on page 40 of your board packet. Now, before we get into the details, I did hear a request from many of you to bring back the technology showcase that we did in 2018. We are working on that. I'm sorry to say you're going to have to wait just one more month. We are excited to bring that to you. So we're going to get down to business and talk about our critical pipelines, and we're going to talk about pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe. And I know that many of you have sat through presentations in the past on this subject, but I can assure you there's something new for you today. Now, our pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe has a high tensile pre-stressing wire wrapped around a thick concrete core, which gives it its strength. However, the weakness is that it's buried in fairly corrosive soils within our county that attack not only the pre-stressing wire, but other components within the pipeline. Now, we have 80 miles of pre-stressed pipe in our system. 48 miles of that has been steel relined to date, and that equates to about 60%. A little history, our relationship with pre-stressed pipe over the years. In 1979, we had our first major failure. That instigated the development of the collapsed steel relining process as invented by Water Authority staff, which was put to use in the early 1980s to reline 5 miles of pipe, Pipeline 3 down in the Proctor Valley area. In the late 1990s, early 2000s, electromagnetic technology was first used to assess broken wires within our pre-stressed pipe. And in 2006, we suffered our next major failure. Director Madaffer showed you some images in our February board meeting of the devastating impact of that failure. Between 2006 and 2009, we installed our acoustic fiber optic cable monitoring system. And that AFO system informed us of the need to perform an urgent repair in 2022 on Pipeline 4 in the Bonsall area. Now, we learned a few things during that experience, one of which was the need to procure some risk curves, and I'll go into more detail on that in later slides. But let's dig a little bit deeper. We're going behind the scenes now and looking at what really concerns us the most with pre-stressed pipe and understanding the risk. Now, this is the results of a study done in 2008, which shows you the failure modes related to pre-stressed pipe as documented by failures that occurred around the world. I've just highlighted those failure modes that we observe. We have technologies or practices to go in and inspect the pipeline to observe things that can go wrong. Now, if I translate that over back to the pie chart, you can see that we observe about 2/3 of the things that can go wrong with pre-stressed pipe. And I'd like you to hold on to that thought. We're going to come back to that in a later slide. Now, I like to describe the way that we manage our pre-stressed pipe as a journey down two independent roads at the same time. The first I call planned rehabilitation, the second I call imminent failure watch. So let's take a journey down the first road, and that relates to the balance of investment and risk. And essentially, it's deciding which sections of our pre-stressed pipe that we should rehabilitate with steel relining. Now, how far down that road should we look? I'd like to illustrate that once we have condition data that we feed into the budget process, which takes about 9 months, that on board approval, we then start the design and construction of relining. Now, if we sum up those durations, you can see that we need to predict 2 to 3 years in advance based on the data for our next relining priority projects. There's another complication, and I'm going to illustrate that using Pipeline 5. This is a profile of Pipeline 5. It's about the middle 8 miles. On the left is north of the pipeline. On the right of the graph is south end of the pipeline. And the vertical axis represents time. You see some dates there. And it's that axis that the red circles are plotted against. And those are the recorded acoustic fiber optic wire breaks. And so the further up the chart, the more recent those wire breaks are. And you can see the boxes labeled 1 and 2. Those are our next priority relining projects as determined based on 2022 data that informed the fiscal years 24 and 25 budget cycle, the one we're in right now. Now, if we wind the clock forward to 2024, you can see that we've gathered new data. We've had more wire breaks. And while our top priority project for relining remains the same, and indeed next month we'll be coming to you for approval of that, the number 2 priority project has shifted. So we need to remain very agile in our design and our construction activities for relining projects, as well as forecasting that 2 to 3 years in advance. So those are some challenges going down the planned rehabilitation road. Let's now take a look at the imminent failure watch. And as the name suggests, it's all about watching out for the potential for pre-stressed pipe stick to fail given a certain number of wire breaks. Now, you saw these charts back in February also, and they illustrate how quickly a section of pre-stressed pipe can actually fail. We had that failure in Mission Trails Park. We recorded the wire breaks, and within a 13-hour period, 19 wires broke and the pipe failed. Now, there aren't a high number of wires broken in that instance, but the rate of change is what's alarming. And we used that information to make a decision to perform an urgent repair on Pipeline 4 in Bonsall in 2022. And you can see the decision was made again with a low number of wire breaks. It was the rate of change that quite simply scared us. But in the time it took to perform that urgent repair, the wire breaks continued and we recorded those, which told us we made the right decision. Now we do have something similar unfolding in Pipeline 4 just north of the Bonsall area in Doolan Hill. It's very early days and hopefully the pipeline will remain dormant, but we are watching this stick very, very closely and putting plans in place if we need to do an urgent or emergency repair. So I mentioned that it's a low number of wire break counts, it's the rate of change, but during the Bonsall repair in 2022, we realized that we didn't have the information to fully understand the levels of concern as we start to accrue more wire breaks over a longer period of time. So the board authorized us to procure 218 finite element risk curves, and this is one example. Now, the horizontal axis shows the number of broken wires as modeled in the computer model, and the vertical axis shows you the pressure that's experienced by the pipe. And we're going to look along the turquoise line shown by the arrow. And the first intersection is a curve that's known as the serviceability limit state. And quite simply put, if we pass that limit state, the concrete core and the cement mortar coating will be cracked and permanently cracked. Now, as we approach the second intersection, this is known as the damage limit state. And on the approach to that second intersection, if I could illustrate with this aluminum bar, prior to reaching number 2, if I apply a small load, the aluminum bar returns to its original state. It remains elastic. But beyond the damage limit state, if I represent, applying an excess load, we've got permanent deformation of the aluminum bar. I had my oatmeal this morning. And then in terms of the pipe and the makeup of the pipe, that means that it's permanently damaged. There's no going back. There's no return. And then, of course, the ultimate limit state, which is the black line, would be that would be a failure of the pipeline. If this works, so it did work pretty well. It cheated in that one. So, of course, that's a devastating issue with our pipelines, reaching that damage limit state. So this is one example of the 218 risk curves. Each and every risk curve is completely different. What I mean by that is the distance between 0 and 1, 1 and 2, and 2 and 3 are completely different for every risk curve. And the risk curves represent 6,000 pipe sticks that we have in the ground serving water that are not relined to date. So how do we use this information? How do we compartmentalize this to be something that's more meaningful? We're going to take a little zoom in here. And you can see as we approach the serviceability limit state, we have an increasing level of concern. And indeed, as we get more wire breaks, higher degradation of the pipeline, we may be calling on an urgent or emergency repair beyond the serviceability limit state. We can't afford to let it go to the damage limit state. So how do we manage all of that data for 6,000 pipe sticks? Well, thankfully on our team we have our principal asset management specialist, Eric Pate, who has developed an interactive GIS dashboard. And he will be presenting that in live time, running you through that dashboard at next month's Technology Showcase. Okay, so let's recap where we've been. We've travelled down the planned rehabilitation road. We discovered how long it takes for us, how far in advance we need to predict our pipeline relining projects. We've demonstrated how agile we need to be with our design and construction. On the imminent failure watch, we reminded ourselves of how quickly a pipeline can fail. And we've shown you the new tools that we have that allow us to coordinate imminent failures if they were to occur. So, in spite of all of these challenges, please remember that they are overshadowed by the fact that we observe about 2/3 of the things that can go wrong with pre-stressed pipe. All right, time to pause and have a deep breath here. So when I was conveying this to some co-workers, somebody asked me, hey Martin, gosh, how do you sleep at night? Well, as I lay awake that night thinking about that question, I'd always, in my mind, I was always settled on the fact that we do the best that we can. We use the technologies that are available. We have the resources assigned. But I started to realize that it's a bigger picture. It's not just me or the asset management team. And I started to note those facts down. So I call it the chain of support. And each and every link in this chain is as important as any other link. And I'm going to run through them if I have time. So the asset management program, we have a program that was instituted by the board in 2009. That's a huge step in the right direction. The board has supported assigning asset management resources, financial and personnel. The board has also supported the use of technologies to acquire data and manage data related to pre-stressed pipe. Our system operations team control the passage of water safely and securely. We heavily depend on our member agency support for shutdown activities each year to help us apply those technologies and conduct the visual inspections. Our maintenance teams, they perform maintenance activities on our pipelines, associated structures, flow control facilities, and rotating equipment facilities. Our right-of-way patrol, they ensure that no third-party damage could be done to our pipelines, and even after storms, looking for substantial runoff. We heavily depend on our master plan, and the results should help us figure out how we can safely isolate Pipeline 4 and the crossover pipeline for long enough durations to allow us to do relining projects. Engineering designs and constructs the relining projects, and they are also helping figure out how we can be better prepared for urgent and emergency repairs on pre-stressed pipe. Of course, all of this doesn't happen without the adequate financial resources, and I appreciate this is a tough time. But of course, last but not least is the support from the Board of Directors that make all of this happen. So if I may, on behalf of everybody involved in the chain of support, is to thank you for your decades of support in protecting our pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe. And if I may also, thank you for your continued support, which hopefully will allow me to get some sleep at night. Thank you.
And thank you for the data and presentation. I have one speaker, Director Kennedy.
Thank you, Martin. That was a fantastic presentation. It was very well done. And I think as we talked this morning about MET issues, and we're going to talk this afternoon about our financial issues, none of it means anything if the pipelines aren't there to bring the water in. And so I think this is one of the most critical things that this agency does, is to manage the basic importation of water into this county. And I actually, last week, was driving through Escondido and came across crews on the first aqueduct with the PICA folks out there, doing a great job out there, doing more of the analysis. So I know from the city of Escondido's perspective, this is one of the top priorities of this agency, is to support and fund these sorts of things to keep the water flowing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with no other people in the speaking queue, thank you, Martin, once again, and take it easy on that oatmeal, will you? Moving on to item 2, we have a design professional services contract with Hazen and Sawyer for design and engineering support services for the Mesa Canyon pipeline replacement project, and Mr. Jason Gornall will give us a presentation brief.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Scalzetti, members of the committee. My name is Jason Gornall, Engineering Manager in the Engineering Department. I'm here today to recommend the award of a design professional services contract for the Mesa Canyon Pipeline Replacement Project. This item can be found on page 41 of your board packet. This project is located in northern San Diego County along Interstate 15, just a few miles south of State Route 76, as shown on the figure on your left. More precisely, the project is located on the north side of Camino del Rey, in and around Moosa Creek, as shown on the figure on your right. At this location, the second aqueduct crosses Moosa Canyon, as represented by this 3D rendering. In this part of the system, the second aqueduct consists of Pipeline 3, an untreated water 72-inch welded steel pipe, Pipeline 4, a treated water 90-inch pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe, and pipeline 5, an untreated water 96-inch pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe. Towards the bottom of the canyon, these pipelines operate at approximately 400 psi. Also located at the bottom of the canyon are a number of natural hazards, which I'll describe in a little bit more detail shortly. Moosa Creek has and continues to experience streambed erosion. This erosion has led to the exposure of pipelines in the past. In 2013, the top of Pipeline 4 was exposed, as represented by the highlighted boxes on the photograph on your left. To mitigate further localized erosion, the Water Authority temporarily stabilized the stream bed through 2 projects, one in 2016 and another in 2018. The results of those projects are illustrated on the photograph on your right. Due to the stream bed erosion leading to a loss of soil support, these pipelines are currently feeling unbalanced thrust forces. These thrust forces have led to a number of damaged and distressed pipe joints. In 2009, a cracked joint was discovered on Pipeline 4, as shown on the photograph on your left. In 2019, a leak was found on Pipeline 4, which was a result of another separated joint. And then in early 2020, a distressed joint was identified on Pipeline 5. Both Pipeline 4 and 5 were repaired using carbon fiber, as shown on the photograph on your right. Following the repairs to Pipeline 4 and 5, the Water Authority initiated a planning study to identify the most advantageous long-term solution for the pipelines in this area. The study evaluated a number of rehabilitation and replacement alternatives, ultimately recommending that we replace all 3 pipelines below the creek's hazard zone. The hazard zone consists of 3 primary hazards, one being liquefaction, which is a seismically induced condition, lateral spreading, which is also associated with seismic activity, and lastly, the continued scour of Moosa Creek. In October of 2023, staff advertised a request for proposals. This request scope included a detailed subsurface investigation, tunnel layout and pipeline design, thrust analysis and restraint design, as well as engineering support during construction. 4 firms submitted written proposals and were subsequently interviewed. Based on their technical expertise, their understanding of the scope of work, as well as past performance, Hazen & Sawyer was deemed the most qualified. Following award of this contract, staff will begin the design phase of the project, with construction activities anticipated to begin in the spring of 2027. Concurrently with the tail end of the planning and into the design phase, staff has been actively pursuing both state and federal grant funding opportunities. With that, it's staff's recommendation to award a design professional services contract to Hazen & Sawyer for a not-to-exceed amount of approximately $5.6 million to provide design and engineering support services for the Moosa Canyon Pipeline Replacement Project. This concludes my presentation.
And thank you for your presentation, Jason. I have a couple of speakers. Director McMillan?
In the studies up to it, I mean, refurbishing or stabilizing the stream bed, that doesn't, so you'll continually have to do that anyway, aren't you? No matter what you do?
That's correct. The erosion or stream bed stabilization is localized to the area right over the pipelines. The planning study looked at the entire watershed and the scour that would occur both upstream and downstream.
Right.
So, yeah, the stream bed restoration is not a permanent solution.
It's not, I mean, if you continue doing it, I mean, the project is costly, right? It's about $100 million, and then there's another $100 million to do some work on both sides, correct? That's what one of your studies showed.
Yeah, that's correct. This project addresses the pipelines that are at the canyon bottom. There are other projects, such as relining projects, that address the pipelines on the slopes. The The question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the other one was, obviously you have pressure changes and everything else going down and up. What about, I mean, what was the thought about just doing it overhead and taking it across on a bridge?
A pipe bridge was one of the alternatives that was analyzed, as well as rerouting the pipelines. There were a number of considerations, including environmental restoration that might factor into a pipe bridge, as well as vulnerabilities to pipe bridges still subject to seismic forces. These are very large pipelines that might be not typically put on a bridge in a location like this. Those alternatives were looked at during the planning study.
Thank you.
Director Kennedy. Well, as some of you may be aware, I used to work for an agency that served in this area, and when the 2017-2018 erosion event happened, I had some conversations with the former general counsel. If we can go back to slide 66, I think this slide shows it pretty good. When Caltrans built the freeway out there, you see it in the background at the top there. The pipelines were 13 feet to the top of pipe back then. That's my understanding at the time, and now they've been fully eroded. The agency I used to work for also had buried pipelines there that became exposed through scouring. Tori Walker, who some of you may know is a stormwater engineer that works in this area, had done studies on this for the County of San Diego and determined that the construction of the Interstate 15, which this is at the bottom point. You go all the way from the Lilac Bridge to the north, all the way past Lawrence Welk and up the hill to the south, and it concentrates the flow and has increased the velocity and volume of the water due to hundreds of acres of concrete being laid that has contributed to the scouring in this creek above what it is. As I recall, there's about 60 more feet of sediment before you hit bedrock there, so that's going to keep going, as was just mentioned. So I was wondering if there's we did have some discussions with Caltrans, but the former general counsel didn't have his heart in looking to see if Caltrans could contribute in some manner to managing their runoff to reduce future erosion there, whether they buy the land and build a big holding basin to reduce the impact so it holds it for a while and lets it out slowly, or hardening upstream and downstream. The level of erosion down there, it has the County of San Diego spending a lot of money to raise the road out there, Camino del Rey, over by the intersection with Highway 76, because so much sediment has come out down here that has filled up all the different drainage channels down there, and now it floods the road. Every time it rains, and Turner Lake, that Gary so kindly uses as a flood control basin for those of us who are downstream, once that starts overflowing, it floods out Camino del Rey because there's so much sediment down there from all the erosion. So I think there's an opportunity. If we're going to spend $100 million, we should look for some state money or participation from other folks and even talk to the county, because this problem isn't going to go away. If we dig deeper, it's going to come find us sooner or later. The agency I used to work for did build a small bridge over there because it was just more cost effective for a 16-inch pipe. But I think that we might want to take a look at some regional participation on managing this issue, because it's not just a water authority problem. And my opinion is that it was exacerbated by I-15 being constructed and dumping high volumes of water in short periods of time onto this area. Thank you. And thank you for your technical suggestions. Mr. Arendt.
As I read through the planning report, and as I understand this project, the proposal here is basically to take the pipelines down below the scour zone into bedrock by tunneling. So I think that's about the only way we're going to solve the long-term problem, and I mean long-term, 75, 80, 100 years. It's expensive. It'll be interesting to see what kind of information we get with respect to the slopes and the soil conditions on the slopes. But this is a major undertaking. But if we're going to fix it, I think let's fix it right the first time, and that way we don't have to come back. Well, at least I don't have to come back to fix it again. Thanks.
Director Leahy?
Thanks. My comments aren't really about this project or the contract approval, but more for the long-term planning. I know that there was a discussion of this as being two phases, one being the actual crossing, but then also looking at slope stabilization. I just would like to make sure that, and I know I'm a little early and maybe our finance people aren't here yet, but to make sure that the project costs for that future phase are also in our rate model, because understanding that, even the rates that we're seeing today, if we're only looking 5 years out, but this project is 10 and it's another $100 million, $150 million, that could drastically impact the rates that you are looking at and approving today. And this includes all other projects that may or may not be in our current budgets. So just something that I'd like to make sure that we're doing and planning ahead. Again, just as an example, Oceanside had a recent planning document that was done that looks at 20 years of additional capital projects that we hadn't already contemplated. And just including that in our rate model above and beyond what we had already been planning for annual spend of capital really drastically impacted our rates that we had to approve today for 20 years out. So just trying to make sure we're looking ahead and taking advantage of all this long-term planning that we are asking staff to do and that they are providing that data for. Thank you.
And thank you. Director Lyons?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a member of this committee, and I appreciate having the opportunity to comment. And I have a couple comments. One is I want to wholeheartedly support Director Kennedy's suggestion about engaging with Caltrans and showing that for a couple of reasons. One is we're not an island here as far as our own problem solving. If we've identified that there's a potential other stakeholder who could help come to the table and help resolve even a larger problem, then I think it makes our argument for grant funding and for state and federal money even stronger. I guess I want to ask then, have we done that yet here for this opportunity? Have we engaged with Caltrans to see if we can come to the table together?
At this point, we have not engaged Caltrans with this project specifically, no.
Okay, thank you. I really support that position, and I think it would make our potential for getting funding stronger, and anything that helps us to get funding is helpful. The other question I has to do with probably the fact that because I'm not on this committee, I may not know this answer, but the scope of work for the selected consultant is a little over $5 million. Is that for the services of design and also construction administration? Could you clarify briefly what that encompasses?
Of course. Yeah, so the scope of the consultant's work includes all of the investigation activities, design activities, and then support during construction, so engineering support during construction, which is different than construction management.
Okay.
So engineering support, if that answers your question.
Okay, great. Yeah, that does clarify it. Thank you.
Okay, having nobody else in the speaker queue, be requests for a motion.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Arant and a second by Castaneda. Thank you. Could we get a roll call, please?
Chair Scalzetti?
Yes.
Vice Chair Eltharp?
Yes.
Vice Chair Macedo?
Yes.
Directors Abdullahi?
Yes.
Arant? Yes. Buckowitz?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Fong Sakai?
Aye.
McMillan?
Yes.
Miller? Quaylen?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Wiley? Supervisor Desmond? Chair Scalzetti, the motion passes.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, moving on to our informational items. We have informational items in your board packet about our project labor agreement annual update. As you heard, a couple of comments at the beginning. Encourage you to look at that. Other than that, we have no closed session. And, Director Hogan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Scalzetti. I'm not a member of your committee. I'd like to comment on the information item on the PLA. And I appreciate the annual update. But I also think that the annual update ought to be an opportunity for this board to evaluate the effectiveness of that policy that we approved. And there's not enough information in this annual update to make that assessment. So I would encourage this committee to request that staff come back with a more comprehensive report, especially with these two projects, providing a matrix of some kind that looks at the project, the cost, the engineer's estimate, how many bids we received, are we in compliance with the goals we set out with regards to the workers and the other small and minority businesses, so that we have a full picture at this point in time. So again, I'm not a member of your committee, but I would request you consider that, because I think it would be very effective for those of us that would like to monitor the success of this program. Thank you.
Sounds good. Great suggestion, and I will task our GM to put that in line. Anybody, Director Mercado?
Yeah, just real quick on that. I know that's in our meeting this week, staff did say the project labor agreement is very new. I think there's only 2 projects that have been in the field for maybe a couple months now, a few months. So that was the reason for the not really much information given to the board, but they said they will be presenting this once there's more information. So that was given to us in our meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for all the comments. Once again, we have no closed session items. We will move to adjournment and back here with A&F at 1 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Wait for you, Gary. Go ahead. Take your time. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Administrative and Finance Committee meeting of April 25th, 2024. As to remind you, as we discuss the items on our agenda, I will be calling on directors who raise hands to speak. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda for today. Nicole, would you please call roll?
Chair Rant.
Yes, here.
Vice Chair Abdullahi.
Present.
Vice Chair Hogan.
Present.
Directors Acosta.
Here.
Bays.
Here.
Hilliker.
Here.
Hurst.
Present.
Katz.
Here.
Myers. Ray.
Present.
Simpson. Vespi.
Here.
Wiley. Yamani. Chair Rant, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you, Nicole. I don't have any additions to our agenda. Are there any public speakers at this time in the audience or online?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Thank you very much. Director's comments. Do I have any comments or input from my vice chairs or members of the committee? Yes. Director Abdul.
Almost, Aaron.
Yeah, almost.
We'll get there. Just real quick, we'll get there. So real quick, for the on the agenda, we have the recommendation from the staff, or from the Finance Planning Working Group, and then the presentation, just to see if it's possible to have the presentation first before we start discussing the recommendations from the Finance Planning Working Group.
I'll defer to the chair of that group.
I don't see why.
You mean with respect to the capital program?
No, so we, on the action discussion presentation, we have item number 1, Finance Planning Working Group recommendation. And then on number 2 is the calendar year 2025 rates and charges. So just flipping that around so we can have the presentation before we start discussing the updates from the Finance Planning Working Group.
Okay, well, if the chair of the Finance Planning Working Group doesn't problem, yes, that's fine.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. This month's consent calendar includes a staff recommendation to note and file a monthly treasurer's report, adopt an ordinance making amendments to Chapter 2.0 of the Administrative Code, adopt a resolution to designate officers and employees authorized to execute certain disaster relief or emergency assistance documents. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So, second.
Who moved, please? Director Hurst, who seconded?
Abdullahi.
Abdullahi, thank you. Okay, and we need a roll call vote.
Chair Rant.
Yes.
Vice Chair Abdullahi.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hogan.
Yes.
Directors Acosta.
Yes.
Bays.
Yes.
Hilliker. Hurst. Katz.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
Simpson is absent. Vespi.
Yes.
Wiley. Yamani. Chair Rant, the consent calendar passes.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go on to our action item. Our first will be our second item, which will go first. And I'm going to turn that over to our general manager. Did you have a few comments?
Yeah, thank you, Director Rant. I guess at the risk of pointing out the obvious, these are some challenging times for our industry. I think that you all know what we're experiencing with 2 consecutive wet years and what that's done to demand. I think that's kind of the foundation of where we're at in terms of this rate-setting process. I just want to highlight a couple of things that staff's going to cover and then touch on a couple of things that are not going to be in the presentation. First, as far as demands go, I think that what you're going to see is for the first time, and this is based off of the input that we've received from the board, both in the workshops and here in this boardroom, our demand projections are relatively flat going forward. And that is going to put us below contract supply, take or pay contract supply limits. We will show that and what that means. There is a recovery plan that Pierce is going to address in all this, but I just kind of want to set some expectations about that recovery plan, because the recovery plan really is a long-term look at things. So when we start to talk about some of the objectives that we have in terms of the Carlsbad desal supply, for instance, that's a 3-5 year process to potentially move some of that water elsewhere. So you're not going to see any of that in this rate setting process, or arguably in the next 1 or 2. I think that those kinds of deals take a long time. What we did at the end of 2023 with the QSA water, with the transaction with IID and MWD and the federal government, if you recall, that happened at the tail end of the calendar year. I think that we can expect more of the same this time around. That $20 million that was referenced in a prior committee, the savings, without that, everything that you would see today would be 3% higher, just in terms of order of magnitude for what that kind of thing does for our rates. And again, I think that there's a long runway associated with that, and we won't know for a number of months as to what the reality or the true impact would be. The other thing I want to bring up is that we have, staff has been taking a deep dive into our operating budget. Although it's a small piece of the bigger picture, we have a placeholder for a 2% reduction in operating costs. We don't have details on that for you yet, but it is something that we are going to include, or Pierce has included, in every rate scenario that you see. We're working through the details of where exactly to pull the 2% from, but I think it's consistent with what the City of San Diego has done, as well as Metropolitan in its rate setting process. So in terms of just getting into future items, and again, I keep referencing this roadmap to recovery. Our facilities master plan is in progress, so that's going to be something that we can set our watch to, as well as the long-range financing plan for 2024. So with that, Pierce, please take it from here.
Before you start, I have to say that the work that has been done in preparation for this meeting is outstanding. And outstanding not only from the detail, but the kind of the perspectives from which they're presenting different information, different alternatives, how rates might be increased, how they might be applied. So I think outstanding work on Pierce's part and the finance staff. So go ahead.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Pierce Rossum, the Rate and Debt Manager here at the Water Authority. We have a large presentation here that's going to pull from various departments. I'm going to start off with kind of a quick recap and an update of what we've seen since we last spoke last month. Going to pass it to engineering to talk about the capital planning scenarios that are part of this program and the alternatives. A presentation from Water Resources in terms of the demands, the water survey that they did, what each of the member agencies provided in terms of data, and that's, as Dan mentioned, really the setting of the demand forecast. Then back to finance to talk about the budget and the rate alternatives. Starting with where we ended last month. This was the closing slide that talked about the major issues ahead for the CY25 rates and charges. Reiterating the fact that we've tried to mitigate rates over the last several years, really starting with COVID, trying to do everything we could during those unprecedented times to do everything we could when we saw double-digit unemployment, we saw skyrocketing inflation. Those types of things required immediate action, and we did some refundings that provided immediate upfront savings. We pulled a significant amount of money from our rate stabilization fund. And what that ended up doing when we're mitigating rates is we expected costs to come in one way and revenues to come in another and enter 2 wet years in a row. And that sales forecast where we set rates to recover costs We had the same costs come in, but we had significantly less revenue come in. We were not recovering our own costs. As we look forward, we have external factors from Metropolitan, from detachment, from inflation that continue to put pressure on CY25 rates and beyond. We have some internal costs that we're trying to manage, and we've talked about what we can do from an action here in terms of controlling those. But the takeaway from all of this as we open this presentation is the balancing act between financials and the system risk, financials and infrastructure. We're going to present 8 different alternatives, and a lot of that is just kind of a sliding scale on how do we allocate the different revenues. Last March, we didn't have our full March sales. We do now. March came in 36% below forecast. So we're not seeing things improve. We're not seeing the forecast generate the revenue that we originally identified. And this builds from the last 3 months of this fiscal year or calendar year, we're 36% in total. The prior 12 months, calendar 23, we're 27% below budget, below forecast. That's 108,000 acre feet that I'm not recovering full cost on. Where that money comes from, how do we balance the budget, how do we balance the books? It's the Rate Stabilization Fund. It's our reserves. Another thing that's happened since we last met was Metropolitan. I know there was a robust discussion on this earlier this morning. But Metropolitan's rate increases mean significant increases to us. The number's down from what was originally proposed, but it's still a $20 million impact to the Water Authority. $20 million, to give you in context, and Leanna can speak to this later when she shows the budget pie. Our operating budget is around $65 million or so a year. So a $20 million increase from Metropolitan is a significant impact to our budget. Now you see, 40%, you see taxes, you see rate spikes. The one headline that grabs my attention is the one that I just put on the screen. That Metropolitan, despite their challenges, just got their 2 agencies, credit rating agencies, to reaffirm their credit. And it's the actions that the board did, the adoption of that 2-year budget, the maintaining of their fiscal policies, the planning, the hard actions that they did to show a roadmap that allowed Moody's and S&P to reaffirm their AA and AAA ratings. Now, for today's discussion, as I mentioned, we have 8 alternatives that we'll be walking through. The hope is to have a good conversation here from all of you on to how to narrow those down as we go from 8 to hopefully 3 that we can focus on and bring back to the board in May. These alternatives can build from one another. You can mix and match a little bit, and we'll get into that. But the questions that we're here to ask is, what is the risk tolerance that the board is willing to accept? How long is that roadmap to recovery? And what type of rate impacts will be associated with that? So to open up the conversation now, I'm going to turn it over to Nina. She'll talk about the capital planning scenarios.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Pierce. Again, my name is Nina Kuzmic, Director of Engineering. So I'm going to be covering 3 capital improvement program scenarios. These will be referenced in Pierce's 8 rate alternatives. All of the scenarios assume maintaining the board-approved appropriation of about $184 million. So the item 1 that was originally on the agenda with the financial planning work group, that was the request to increase the appropriation by $7 million. That is not reflected in these scenarios, and that will have to be addressed separately. We are on track to execute the $184 million. Currently, I know there's been some we haven't execute. We're currently at about 15%, and that's because we just are starting those construction projects that were awarded in October. We are going to have a total of about 3 to 4 construction projects, depending on what the board decides, that will execute the majority of the remaining of the $184 million, in addition to the payment for the O&M building that will be coming in August or September. So we are on track to fully 100% execute that $184 million. And just a reminder, this was the 10% reduction from what the planned appropriation was at $204 million. I did look at historical execution rates over the last 10 years, excluding the COVID year, which was FY 2021, and we were at an average rate of 92%. So that was 2% higher than what we're currently being asked to execute. So keep that in mind as we progress through this 2-year budget. So again, the scenarios will be taking a future-looking approach. There's going to be a focus on the next 2-year budget, so FY 26-27, because that's where these rates will have an impact. And then just a reminder that in order to maintain a reliable system, we need to spend an average of about $100 million per year to maintain a reliable system. So with that, during the course of this presentation, similar to what Pierce had commented on in terms of the financials, we will ask you to consider how you assess the infrastructure risk. What is the risk tolerance for system reliability that you have? Is the CIP funded to continue to ensure system reliability? And what should the CIP focus on? We have regulatory and existing contractual obligations, meaning we have current construction projects that need to be completed and accounted for. We have our pipeline reline program. Martin did a tremendous job in E&O presenting on what goes into our pipeline reline program. And then we also have seismic upgrades planned, as well as the O&M building tenant improvements, and then maintaining all of our connections to all of you, the member agencies. So just a reminder, Martin had referenced this in his presentation. We do have a new area of concern that we are monitoring. That's Pipeline 4 at Doolin Hill. Just to put it in perspective, you can see the yellow dot there. That is just south of the Doolin Hill Ranch community. If there is a failure at this pipeline, it very well could impact not only that community, but also pipelines 3 and 5 that are also adjacent to pipeline 4. Again, we are monitoring this and we are preparing to address if there is additional activity. I'm going to bypass this slide for now, but just a reminder to maintain the $184 million board-approved appropriation. We will have to defer $20 million in projects, and some of those will be reflected in the scenarios that I present. So now to the fun stuff and some eye-straining activity for you. So this is the low-risk CIP. This assumes an average spend of about $110 million per fiscal year. That's the average over 5 years. If you look at the next 2 year, FY 26-27, it assumes a spend of $263 million. This is what we had put in the FY 24-25 budget of what we were projecting to spend in the next 2 year. This scenario adequately maintains our infrastructure and our system reliability. You can see that there's some grayed out projects. Those are those projects that are being deferred to maintain the $184 million current appropriation. Again, just a reminder that this scenario maintains system reliability and it maintains water deliveries to the region. To put it into different perspective, we created maps to show you where the deferred projects are located. Also highlighted are 2 projects currently in construction. The First Aqueduct Structures Project, identified by number 16, as well as on this slide, Helix 9, identified by item 19. As I go through this, more and more boxes will get grayed out to indicate more deferment of projects. So the second scenario is referred to as the moderate risk CIP. This assumes about a $93 million per fiscal year average spend. And you can see then in FY 26-27, this would result in about $180 million spend. As new data comes available, the project-specific names may change, and I'll highlight that in a minute. But based on this, this scenario, this does maintain our Reline program. So it maintains our contractual obligations, and it also maintains the pipeline Reline program. It defers all other projects. So the San Luis Rey mitigation project and the seismic-related projects, as well as some additional flow control facilities. So here you can see the additional grade out projects. You can see the San Luis Rey River Restoration Project number 2, along with the treated water bifurcation structures. That is number 5. That is up for consideration to increase the appropriation if the board decides to go that route. It also defers 2 additional flow control facilities, San Diego 31 and Padre 8. But this system does maintain our pipeline Reline program. Here is the high-risk CIP scenario. This maintains an average of about $82 million per fiscal year. This scenario is catastrophic to the system. It will not maintain system reliability, and it puts the system at significant risk of failing. It puts our system in peril. You can see in FY 26-27 a spend of about $125 million. That is only to maintain our contractual and regulatory obligations. There is no relining in this scenario. There are only carbon fiber spot repairs for the hotspots that Martin has already identified some of those with his new data that he referenced this morning. Again, it's only carbon fiber repairs, which is really a Band-Aid fix that only buys us a couple years to then go back in and reline. If there's a failure on one of our pipelines, it could take out Interstate 15, it could take out communities such as the Doolin Hill Ranch community, and it could take out other pipelines, impacting the service area even more. It will also cost more to do these repairs under an emergency situation, and then the question is, how will that get funded? So again, to put it in perspective, if you recall this morning's presentation from Martin, he highlighted that there was a shift between 2022 data that the FY 24-25 budget was based on in terms of relining project locations to current data that he just received earlier this year. That shift in priorities is number 1 on the list there, Pipeline 5 relining at Huckleberry Lane. That has increased activity, so we've moved that to the top to start design July 1st. In order to be prepared to do that relining project in the upcoming 2-year budget cycle. If the relining projects do not continue, again, it can take out additional pipelines and it can result in significant failures. We will just be chasing these hotspots and chasing these failures, and the entire region is at risk of not having a reliable water supply. So I'm going to wrap up with this. This is just a reminder of what Mission Trail's pipeline failure was. Reminder that this was a 66-inch diameter pipeline. You recall the photo on the left-hand side. You can see where the pipe blew out. But I also wanted to show you the extent of the damage that was done by this failure. The significant erosion. The pipe is located at the very top on that right-hand photo. You can see where the gully is. It comes down. The insert of that photo is to the continues to the left of where that structure is on the right-hand photo, but the left-hand side. That erosion continued all the way down to the San Diego River. There were significant impacts. There was no loss of life. We were lucky. So I just want you to imagine if this type of failure, again, a 66-inch pipeline, our pipeline 5 is a 96-inch pipeline. If that failure happens in the North County at Doolin Hill, that could take out a community, you could have loss of life, you can take out our other 2 pipelines in that vicinity, prohibiting delivery of water to the region. Consider if that failure happens on our crossover pipeline. Same diameter as pipeline 3, but it's right adjacent to Interstate 15. Many of you probably take that to come down to the Water Authority. You would not be able to drive on Interstate 15. If the crossover fails, it will take out Interstate 15. Our mission for the Water Authority is to deliver a safe and reliable water supply. I want you to consider that as we talk more about the rates. These scenarios will be integrated into Pierce's rate alternatives. And with that, I'll turn it over to Savani.
Good afternoon, Chair Arant, members of the committee and board. Sivani Vista, Senior Water Resources Specialist in the Water Resources Department. In the next few slides, we'll review the preliminary water sales forecast for the calendar year 2025 rates and charges. Starting off with our approach to developing the short-term sales forecast, to support collaboration with our member agencies, we initiate a survey to request their projected near-term water use and sales. Then the Water Authority staff conducts a review process that includes evaluating the recent weather forecast. Then we also track the regulations at the state level if there are any pending actions that requires to be monitored. Next, we analyze the changes in surface water supplies along with the demand trend in the region. Looking at the recent change conditions, for this rate setting process, member agencies' water use and sales projections were received by January 15. That was before we saw most of the significant rains in January. In addition, member agencies' storage elevated since December. That has resulted in abundant surface water use. Along with the suppressed demands through March, like Pierce mentioned, we had a 36% reduction in sales compared to the forecasted sales just in 3 months of this calendar year. Based on the changed conditions, we refined projections that we received from member agencies. This is a graphic of historic total demand and recent projections. The blue bars represent actuals between 2014 and 2023. The orange bars to the right represent demand forecast for fiscal year 24 and 25. Data on this chart is excluding 2 detaching agencies for a better representation, just to look at the demand trend. As you can see on this chart, 2 wet cycles last year and this year resulted in dampening effect on water use. This graph shows annual fiscal year surface water use. After a very dry year and low surface water use that you can see in FY 2022, we had 2 consecutive wet years with a substantial increase in member agencies' reservoir storage. As a result, member agencies are estimating to use significant local surface water use in the next 2 years. And as you can see, the projections are way above what they normally use or what they use in the past. Based on the adjustments to the total demand and local supply estimates that I mentioned, it resulted in lower sales projections for FY 24 and 25, as shown in the orange bars to the right. Turning now to the annual projections for the calendar year 2025 rates and charges. This graph shows a correlation between demand, local use, and sales projections, and the values are listed in thousands acre feet. Triangles are for actuals and solid lines represent the preliminary forecast. Starting on the top of this chart is the total demand projection shown in gray color for the forecast period. As you can see, what our general manager referred earlier, the line is pretty flat. Member agencies' local water use projection is shown as orange in the bottom. Due to member agencies' new potable reuse projects scheduled to come online starting in 2026, we see a gradual increase in local supplies as these projects get completed in the out years. Taking the total demand projections and factoring in local supply estimates results in the Water Authority's sales forecast shown in blue. As we move forward in time, local supply increment outpaces the growth in total demand. That impacts the sales forecast as reflected on this graph. And that ends my portion of the presentation. Thank you. Turn it over to Tim.
All right. Good afternoon. Before I turn it over to Pierce, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the fiscal years 24 and 25 budget and where we stand right now.
Just a second. We have Director Kennedy.
Can we go back to the previous slide, please? I know we show our demands coming down here on the left side, 2022, 23, but then gradually going up. And I know that some of you have heard this from me before over the last 9 years. Can we also model what happens if the trend line continues downward based on the new water use efficiency rules, and then not just the local supplies, but the regional demand has been on a decline for the last 20 years. And it would, while many times we've hoped that it would go up, it hasn't. And we talked about this morning at Met having the same problem. I'd be interested in seeing what happens if the trend line we're doing now continues, and what does that look like here? Because it could get worse. And if we plan again on it going up or remaining flat, we might find ourselves behind the 8 ball again. I mean, maybe just be for an exercise, a theoretical exercise, but what does it look like if instead of being 469 at 2030, it's 400 or 360?
Can we go back 4 slides? So I've just, that's a great question, and thank you for that. Can we populate this one? I don't know. No, keep it back. One more. Okay. So it's a great question. What we looked at historically, and what you see here is really since 2015, 2016, that downward trend line regionally has actually pretty much flatlined. And so what we're looking at here is we do have some wet weather events. We do see bounce back when weather dries out. And what we try to do here is have a conservative forecast. And yes, there is a bounce back of 0.5% from what we are being told from the member agencies, but that is still off a historic low. That is an all-time low, something that we haven't seen since the 80s, following 2 wet years plus suppressed or plus increased local surface level. So from a regional demand perspective, that's what we expect. And then from a water authority perspective, just remember when that water is not available to the member agencies, it's back on us. So when demands fall because of wet weather, we basically get an amplified impact. We get the impact not only because regional demands have softened, but also because now local supply, next slide please, because local surface water has increased. And as you see here, we're 220% above normal over that 10-year period. We will see a repeat of 2015, 2016, 2017. When? We don't know, but the forecast that we have here is a true conservative forecast that starts from the kind of historically low numbers that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierce. Director McMillan. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, if I can just add, Director Kennedy, we are looking at the long term as part of the urban water management plan, so we'll look out through 2050. But just as a reminder, too, the sales forecast is a little different than the long term, but we are doing that long term analysis, so we'll have that in the near term process done. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff. Director McMillan.
Thank you, Chair Rand. Not a member of your committee, but I did have a Question two, all of our demand forecasts are on surveys from the agencies then, correct? Is that where you're coming from now? They're not on the model?
That's correct.
And when we decided to vote to have a model, there was 5 agencies that weren't reporting. How did you handle those 5 that you weren't getting information from that we needed the model for?
Just to clarify, so we're talking about short-term sales forecast. So this is different than the long-term demand forecast that probably you were referring to.
Okay, so short-term, those agencies were able to forecast their needs.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, let's continue with the presentation. No problem. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Smith.
He's a member of the committee. You're not.
No, I'm not. Go ahead, Fern.
Okay.
Okay, what's going on here?
All right, I'm going. That's what's going on.
Director Smith, please.
Okay, yeah, so I had my button on long
Okay.
ago, longer.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
So-
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, so can you help me, and maybe this is Pierce, I'm not sure, understand the differences in when it's a rainy year? How much of that is attributed to lower sales, and how much is it attributed to our member agencies' storage and use of local water supply? Is it 1/3, 2/3? So as a retail agency, we supply water to our customers and there's no issue with storage, right?
Right.
So up at Metropolitan, we have the same issue. It's like a double whammy. Not only are you getting lower water sales, but some of your member agencies are using their own storage, or, Los Angeles using their Owens Valley. And so I wanted to know, like, the percentage of that, and I don't know if you have a number with that, and also how long does it last? Because we could project out water sales diminishing, but once all the local water is used up, then we're back to where we were.
Right, and that's a very good question. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to do the member agencies survey, because we want to know what the member agencies are planning based on their storage level for the next 2 years. And based on that, based on what they provided to us, they have surplus water above normal for 2 years, meaning through FY25. So starting from FY26, assumption is it'll go back to normal, and they'll start using what they've been using during the normal weather conditions.
Along with that, just to follow on, there's the whole rebound from conservation and hardening discussion that we had at Metropolitan, where there were some assumptions that people were conserving, but they go back to their old way of using water, and it was high as 40%. And I remember making the comments that there's no way it's 40%. And the highest that we heard, even some of the experts come in and tell us, was 15%, but the real number is more like 6 to 8%. And so that's, I think, another thing that I'm sure staff is aware of and is calculating into your projections.
Right. So for the short-term sales forecast, like I said, we are collecting what we get from member agencies, and based on that, we are forecasting for the out years, and assuming that the numbers that we get from member agencies will incorporate all those different programs, or what they are projecting for their financial purposes. That has been reflected there. So we just take that as our foundation numbers, baselines, and start going from there for the short-term sales forecast.
Thank you, Chair Rand, and for the opportunity to speak. I'm not a member of the committee.
Director Steiner.
Thank you. Director Smith covered something that I was going to ask about, but in looking at the water demand, how often are we checking in with our member agencies to see how their projections are actually panning out?
every year.
Have we thought about doing it more often, given that we've had catastrophic rain events, we have
Every month.
one Oceanside's online with their Pure project. East County, I think, is coming online in 25. Is that when you're coming online? And then you have the City of San Diego, and I'm looking at a projection here that doesn't seem to recognize that we're going to have another hit from roll-off by 3 agencies.
Right. If you go to the next slide, 2 more slides. Yeah, this one, just click. Yeah, 2 more. Yeah. So as you can see, we have those different large portable reuse projects mentioned in there. So those had been incorporated when we are estimating the local supplies for the out years.
But those years seem off to me when I'm looking at this, because Oceanside's online already, partly, right? And East County, I think we just heard 25, and we've got here that it's coming online in 28. Or anyway, I can't figure out where these years came from, so maybe we could clarify that.
Yeah, the numbers that you're seeing here are the ones we collected in January from the member agencies, so that's as updated as we've received from them. And then, as Savani mentioned, we did some tweaking downward in the demand projections based on the rainfall from January, February, and March. But this is the latest that we've been provided by the member agencies. And we do go through each year and recollect new data from them as part of the sales forecast. And then we'll be doing it again as part of the long-term demand forecast, which is the urban water management plan piece.
But it seems like we maybe ought to be checking in a little more often on those numbers, because whenever anybody says to me rebound, we're going to have a rebound, those words just go past my head, because I don't see that we're going to have a rebound. We're never going to return to the water sales, and I think we all recognize that and agree with that. But how precipitously we're not returning, I think we may need a little more looking and checking in with our agencies on that issue.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that. And I think we agreed, too, we're going to stay low, and it's just kind of probably bounce up and down a little bit based on rainfall and local storage, because that's, to Director Smith's question, that's really the driver, is the rainfall and then the storage. The region in the last 3 months has gained about over 50,000 acre-feet of local storage. So every acre-foot the member agencies get from rainfall is demands right off the Water Authority.
Thank you, Jeff. Director Steiner, I think that's a fantastic idea, and I just conferred with Dan, and we can add that to our monthly member agency manager meeting and check in on where each of those projects are at as a frequent check-in. Thank you.
And I think that goes also, to the subject that always comes up about ratings, because I do remember one of the agencies, I think Standard & Poor's, had a question about our aggressiveness and our estimates. So I think that would be helpful. So I appreciate your agreeing to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director Leahy?
Thank you. I just wanted to address and make sure that we're tracking this. We did, we saw the situation for the Water Authority at Oceanside, and we wanted to do our part, so we wanted to increase our water purchases just out of the goodness of our heart. And we also coincidentally planned the shutdown and upgrade of our groundwater treatment plant. So we are projecting at least beginning January 2025 of upgrading our groundwater plant. So there would be a slight uptick for maybe 2 years from our 1.5 to 2 years for our facility, but that would go back down once we came back online. So that wouldn't be something that would continue on, but you're welcome from Oceanside.
There you go, Gary. That's a loyal member agency for you.
I think we all know there's going to be monthly variations in what we anticipate and what actually happens. And I guess it's what detail do we want the Water Authority tracking all that. And besides that, they do bill us every month, so they kind of know what's happening. Okay, we'll continue with our presentation. Please. The third time is the charm.
I was just thinking that. So
I know.
I am going to give just a brief presentation on fiscal years 24 and 25 and the budget and where we are. So this should look like a familiar slide to everyone. Just to remind you, our budgeted expenditures are $1.85 billion for the 2-year period, with the largest expenditures being water purchases and treatment, debt service, and the CIP. And as you heard from Dan, we are also looking at the operating departments on savings that we can implement and cut for this next year going forward. But the operating departments are just 7% of the 2-year budget. As we go forward and project out midterm budget and our 2-year budget, every year with development of rates and charges, we go through and look at our assumptions. What are our assumptions for our water purchases and treatment? What are our existing debt obligations? Is there anything new coming up? Our assumptions on the capital improvement program, which you heard about from Nina, and then anything in the operating departments. What are we looking at? We look at this every year and bring this to the board, but we're also looking at this quarterly with our quarterly monitoring. We also look at any initiatives, plans, projects, studies that might be implemented. And then we look at changing conditions. Revenues is a big one this year. Water sales and rates. With our debt service opportunities, what could be coming up, potential for refundings, and then any changes and making sure that we're ready for those shifts in the capital improvement program if we need to. So currently for fiscal years 24 and 25, and you'll hear more about this next month, we are looking at 2% cuts across the organization and operating departments. In particular, we're looking at professional services, as-needed services, and we're looking at supplies and equipment deferrals. We're also looking at maintenance deferrals. Now, these are non-safety related maintenance deferrals that are done out of the O&M department. And then any other program deferrals that we could implement just going forward for this 2-year period. In addition, we're looking at any deferrals in our ERF. Are there pieces of equipment that we could purchase maybe in later years instead of purchasing that in this 2-year period? And then again, the CIP, you've heard that from Nina today. And then any other revenue opportunities this year and next year, so this fiscal year and next fiscal year, we have the opportunity to withdraw from OPEB about $400,000 each fiscal year, so that will help generate a little bit of revenue for this 2-year period. In addition, just the schedule so that everyone is aware. So next month, you'll hear more on the recommended midterm budget and what we are going to propose for fiscal years 24-25 amendments. In June, that will be brought forward for consideration for adoption. And then after that, we're actually going to be developing a new long-range financing plan with all the changing conditions that we're experiencing, with the changes in the CIP, the water sales, purchases and treatment. We felt it was prudent to develop a new long-range financing plan, and that will take the place of the 5-year forecast. So instead of just doing 5 years, we're going to look out further and do 10 years. And then November through June, we'll start the development of the next 2-year budget. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Pierce.
Thank you. As we kind of go back to the alternatives, you've heard a lot of the collaboration and the cross work that we've done here throughout the organization. A lot of working with water resources, really trying to understand those sales numbers and those demands. Finance, working with all the departments, understanding the budgets and what savings can be. Engineering, all throughout the general manager's office as well. So it is a real team effort here. We understand that it's a really challenging environment, not just for the Water Authority, but for all the agencies. We've understood the conversation at Metropolitan, so we definitely have a lot of empathy here for this conversation. As we try to develop the rate alternatives, there's a lot of different ways to run them. You know, there's a million different ways that you can slice and dice the numbers to come up with different alternatives, especially as we're not just looking at CY25, but we're looking at this roadmap. So you can make a decision for CY25, not in a vacuum, but with eyes wide open. We really wanted to have smooth and predictable rates as much as we can, given the environment. We wanted to maintain the system reliability. That's the mission of the organization. So how do we do that? And part of the planning process that we've had in place from the long-range financing plan or the 5-year update is a forecast of new debt to help fund the CIP program. We want to maintain the lowest cost of capital, and that's by having high ratings, right? Just like you, when you go get a new car, you want a better credit score. That helps, and we're in the market every single day. We have letters of credit. We have new debt issues that we're looking at. So having strong ratings has a material impact to our bottom line. All of these criteria for kind of developing scenarios go to the bedrock of the decision making for this board. Over the last several decades, we've had consistent guiding principles that are up on the screen now. I'm not going to read them all, but these are principles that are repeated in documents, long-range planning, rate design work groups. Every time we talk about the sustainability of this organization, these are the guiding principles that get reaffirmed. And from those guiding principles, from that bedrock, we build the foundation of our policies. A lot of our metrics are quantifiable. We can measure them. We can define them. And we have board policies such as our 1.5 debt coverage ratio, our rate stabilization fund policy, our operating fund. All of those are concrete policies that we can check the box. Are we achieving that or are we not? Then we have something that's a little bit more nebulous. That's this maintain the AA+ rating. There are a lot of policies and practices that have to go in place to support that, but the overarching goal of maintaining that AA rating is the lowest cost possible, is being able to be financially healthy and flexible so that we can sustain this organization moving forward. And those policies, those documents are defined throughout our website, and there's links here, but the statement of debt policy and disclosure, and the long-range financing plan, which Leanna said we plan to update later this year. And that will be a perfect time to revisit some of those policies, those considerations. When we talk about the costs coming forward, we have external pressures. We've talked about this before. We have 11% of external pass-throughs that we're looking to incur. We have 3% from our supply costs, be it QSA or desal. Those are costs that are outside our control. We have 4% impact on detachment, and I've got a slide following this to detail that. And then Metropolitan, you heard about the $20 million increase of cost that we have, so that's 4%. So before we start the conversation, unfortunately, we have 11% of rate pressures that are outside the control of this board. Now, for all of the 8 alternatives that we're presenting here today, this 11% is consistent. What we're here to talk about and get feedback on is the above and beyond that 11%. How do we fund our risk tolerance? How do we fund our legal covenants? How do we fund the operating budget and PAYGO? In terms of detachment, we've had questions of what is this 4%? How is it not avoidable? Aren't the one-time exit fees there to cover the costs? And the answer is simply no. We have fixed charges, and those costs, that cost doesn't change. The fixed portion that's being allocated currently to Rainbow and Fallbrook in our 24 rates and charges assumed that they would be here for the full 12 months. So when we set rates and charges, and using the City of San Diego as an example, for supply reliability, customer service, storage, and infrastructure access, we had $75.4 million allocated to the City of San Diego. But what happens with detachment is those agencies are no longer paying their fair share. Every one of the remaining 22 agencies have to pick up more. And so using this example, using 2024, the supply reliability charge has to go up 4.4% for everyone. Each member agency will get a 4.4% upsize to pay for the fair share that's no longer being contributed by Rainbow and Fallbrook. Collectively, just looking at the 24 numbers, it's $3.2 million worth of additional costs to the City of San Diego, or 4.2%, just on the 2024 numbers. Now, this is nothing to do with what the Water Authority's rates and charges are being defined by. This is just a reallocation of those revenues that need to be collected to cover our costs. Similar to what Nina presented in terms of assessing financial risk, as we develop these alternatives, we ask ourselves, does the alternative meet our board policy of 1.5 times coverage? Does it maintain the rate stabilization fund levels? We have both a target, and we're allowed to go, per policy, we're allowed to go below target, but we have a 3-year replenishment policy. Do we achieve that through this roadmap? What about the 150 days of cash? Do we achieve that? We've heard the question, can you modify or cut the financial policies to lower rates? And the answer is no. Just lowering the bar doesn't help the financial health of the organization. It's just simply lowering the curve on the grade. To put this in hopefully a conversation that we can have, we tried to develop a matrix here that can visualize it for you, and then we'll go through each of the 8 alternatives individually. We've talked about 8 alternatives, but what we have here are 3 different rate buckets. We've tried to put and condense these 8 options into just 3 different rate increases. A 5% internal, a 9%, and 11%. Each of those would be added to the external 11%. When we talk about the matrix, what we have here on the left side going up vertically is the infrastructure risk continuum. So you might have seen this in Nina's slides about low, moderate, and high risk projects or infrastructure CIP. Similarly, for financial risk, we have a continuum that's similar. When we develop alternative number 1 funds the full CIP program, that low risk CIP program. But by doing so, and with only a 16% increase, it really challenges the financials. We're all the way in the red of the financial risk continuum. If we spend less, but still achieve a 16% revenue adjustment or effective impact to the member agencies, we increase risk on the CIP, that trade-off, and we move a little bit to the right on the financial risk continuum. If we go to the further risk that Nina mentioned, the high risk option, kind of like driving on bald tires, if you will. You can get extra miles out of those tires, but it's an accident waiting to happen. Alternative 3, we get a little bit improved on the financial risk continuum. Now, if we do a 20% increase in terms of effective rate impacts to the member agencies, then it's the same thing. Alternative 4 is the low risk, alternative 5 is the moderate risk, alternative 6 is the high risk, and you can see that we shift to the right of the risk continuum on the financials. Alternative 7 is a 22% increase, so an additional 2% provides additional financial benefits and affords the low risk infrastructure. Now, these 7 alternatives were what we presented to the Finance Planning Work Group a few weeks ago. The numbers are a little different from what we presented them, but the concepts of the 7 alternatives is the same. It's just been updated to reflect what we now know. At that meeting, we had the question of, all of these 7 alternatives assume a 2027 debt issue. What if we accelerated the debt issue? I know the financial plan documents currently say 2027, but what if we moved that up? What if we accelerated that? So we ran that, and that's alternative 8. And by accelerating our debt and upsizing the debt issuance from 2027 to 2026, basically as soon as the existing debt proceeds that we have from our 2022 issue end in fiscal 25, we're back to market. We have a $340 million debt issue. That allows us to do a 20% increase. So we're in that yellow bucket of rate adjustments. But because we're able to maintain our cash, we're not using the operating fund to pay for our infrastructure. We're better there on the risk continuum. So that's a lot to take in. I understand it. Everyone should have kind of a smaller packet, a subset of these slides in front of you so you can go through these as we talk. All of these alternatives have the same endpoint. So when we talk about a financial roadmap, when we're trying to compare these, I don't want to have a bunch of apples and oranges. I want to provide you a consistent endpoint. So all of these rate alternatives have the same rates in year 3. 2027 have the same identical rates. So the roadmap to 2027 is what we're talking about. Over that 3-year window, we're talking a 39% cumulative rate impact. Now, we don't know what 26 has in store for us. We don't know what 27 has in store for us. But those numbers give you kind of a path, eyes wide open, as I said, of what we can expect given the increases we've seen at Metropolitan and holding our demands where they are. One thing that is not included in any of these scenarios, even the green scenario, is the cost of a downgrade. That is something we can further come back. But if we are downgraded, we are cutting $1 million check to our banks for the higher cost of credit. We will have higher costs to issue our planned debt, be it 2027 or be it accelerated in 2026. We're in the market every single day, and being downgraded is not a badge of honor, as we've shared a few months ago. It is something that is materially beneficial to this agency and to all of you. When we break down all of these alternatives, I'm going to spend a little bit time on alternative 1, and then I'll speed through the next 8. Alternative 1, as I mentioned, has a 6% collective effective rate impact in CY25. The roadmap now being added here would be a 15% increase in 26. That would be expected. That number can obviously change based on the inputs, but all of these have the same costs, be it the CIPs, the one variable that's changing, and alternative 8, the timing of the debt issue is changing. But all of the other costs, labor, supply, is all consistent throughout the alternatives. The first question we ask, right, is the 150 days of cash, is that met? You see the forecast on the right and the X, the red X that's on the left. We fail to meet that 150 days. We go as far low as 75 days at the end of our fiscal year. That doesn't mean that we don't go below that within the year. It just means at the end of fiscal 25, we're about 75 days of cash. That is extremely challenging for this organization. On Monday, we have a $95 million worth of checks being cut and sent out to pay for our April debt service, principal and interest. About half of that $95 million is principal. That can't be met if we have just 65 or 75 days of cash. Our rate stabilization fund for alternatives 1, 2, and 3 all fail to support the rate stabilization, both in the target and the 3-year replenishment. Even with a 16, 15, 8% increase, 39% over that 3-year, we fail to achieve that if we push out those increases. This is not a good look for the rating agencies in terms of the ability to maintain our credit rating. So there's a likely chance of downgrade. We're not meeting these metrics now. So this would really just be a question of when, not if. And again, this is the low risk CIP. So that's how the buildup of these slides work. When I toggle to the next slide, what you'll see in the top right graph is you'll see that our cash position will bump up a little bit, right? So toggling between these two, you can kind of see it, that my cash line on that top right graph improves a little bit. And it improves because I'm still collecting that 16%, but I'm not spending it on my CIP program. I've cut my CIP program, I've increased the infrastructure risk, I've made that trade-off, and to the slight benefit of the financials. And again, when we go to alternative 3, you'll see that line tick a little bit higher. But in all of these alternatives, we fail each and every metric for the financials. Only until we move to alternative 4, this 20%, the reason it's 20% in year 1, 12% in year 2, 7% in year 3, is because that is the lowest rate adjustments that are possible in order to meet our rate stabilization fund policy. We don't hit the target right away, but we will be within that 3-year replenishment policy. Still, not enough of an increase to maintain our 150 days of cash in this alternative with the low-risk CIP. When I go to the moderate risk, the cash gets a little bit better. And finally, on alternative 6, I'm able here to achieve my 150 days of cash out in 2027, but only when I don't spend those dollars on the CIP. So that's really the trade-off that we're talking about. We have 3 rate buckets, but that's the trade-off for the board discussion. Alternative 7 is a 22% increase in year 1, expected increase of 9 and 8 in the subsequent 2 years. Even with that 22% increase, we're not getting that 150 days of cash check mark. It's too off in the future, 28, 29. But this is funding that low-risk CIP program. And the final alternative, really moving up and accelerating and upsizing that debt service. This supports all 3 check marks, including the low-risk CIP. So that was a lot to take in. We have a summary chart here. This should be in front of you, as I said. So you get to see here that all of the alternatives have that 11% external pass-through. The CWAs and rates and charges varies from 5, 9, or 11. And then you see the check marks all in one slide. Again, the CIP risk is what Nina talked about in terms of, do we fund a reliable infrastructure? Do we make short-term adjustments to go to moderate risk in the 26-27 window? Or do we really have that Band-Aid approach where we're going to end up paying more in the future because we're just putting that Band-Aid on of high risk? I'm going to open that up. I'm happy to come back to that slide, but just next steps, looking for input from the board here. We have a meeting with the Finance Planning Work Group. We'll see where April water sales land. It came in wet at the first week or so of April, so we'll see where we fall on that 36% year to date. Come back with the budget savings, as Leanna mentioned. And we're also looking at operational changes in terms of our storage and ability to use that, desal and the delivery schedule, et cetera. So those are conversations that we're going to continue to have. And the rate schedule here that we look to adopt as the rating agencies expect in June for January effect. So with that, thank you for the time. I know it was a long presentation. Happy to answer the questions.
Thank you, Pierce. Director Abdullahi.
All right, awesome. So quick question. Thank you so much for the presentation, Pierce. I know you got that nickname of presenting bad news, but this is good conversation for us to have. Can you help me understand for one of the columns on this chart, second to last column supports AA credit rating. If you can kind of help me understand what are the measures that were taken into consideration so I can have a better understanding of what's being considered for that specific column.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was the one that I said, the other ones, the 150 days, the coverage ratio, the RSF, those are easily quantifiable. Those are easy for us to kind of just check the box. The support of the rating agencies, it's a little nebulous because rating agencies don't just look at the numbers. They look at management, they look at the board, look at past decisions and the ability to kind of weather the storm. So there's a lot of qualitative factors, but when we start putting those check marks in there, it's really that we're putting our best foot forward for those rating agencies, not necessarily saying that they'll rubber stamp it or continue our ratings. As I said, we're still at risk of downgrading, but kind of like Metropolitan just did, they have the roadmap, their numbers aren't there yet, but because they have a plan, because the board supported that financial policy, the rating agencies say, okay, that gives the rating analysts something to go to their committee and say, hey, they've got a plan, let's give them time. If you don't do that, then it's kind of a knock, and so that's kind of why alternatives 1 through 4, it kind of goes against that support for the rating analysts.
Thank you, Pierce. And the reason why I was asking that is because I know there was previous presentations that listed that the credit agencies looked at the factor or the challenges with affordability. So I was curious to know if that was going to be included in that definition of supporting the AA rating.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those factors that they consider. inflation, all of those factors, yes.
Chair Katz.
Pierce, thank you for the presentation and how well done and thorough it was. This question is for you and Nina. You saw today earlier in our meeting that we approved $5 million for planning for Moosa Canyon. And I'm all for the planning and making sure that a big project like that we're prepared for. What would happen if we took the high risk as far as investing in the CIP and even more aggressively than we already are going after federal dollars for a project? So Moosa Canyon is going to be $95 million, $100 million. If we were able to get the federal government, who still has so much infrastructure dollars, who still has so much Recovery Act dollars, to put dollars into something like this, which is an important, almost preventive of an emergency, and we go after it that way, what would happen if we did that kind of planning? Yes, it's a gamble, but we are planning ahead. We're spending the $5 million on planning, but then we're aggressively, more so than we already are, going after federal or state dollars.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and I'll have Nina kind of speak to the specifics of that project and the infrastructure risk. But in terms of the financial planning, we developed the long-range financing plan. That goes in part for that long-range question in terms of just what do we expect and how do we fund those projects long-term. When we originally developed the long-range plan, we had bookend debt financing, and part of that was raise debt in the first part, then pay-go, and when we get these larger projects that are coming on at the tail end of that 10-year CIP program, issue another debt. And so a project of the size of Moosa would likely be debt funded again. And so it's a question when we get into the long range plan and later this fall, what does the debt cycle look like? We originally, 3 years ago now, we increased our pay-go target. So we wanted to generate more cash. That cash, because we're not selling water, hasn't materialized. And so there's always going to be that give and take. The 10-year impact, that out-year impact is going to be negligible for the short term that we're talking about, simply because it's a numbers game. It's a cost recovery of the water, not necessarily the cost recovery of CIP. But Nina, for the risk?
And if I could just jump in, Chair Katz,
Pierce,
if we did receive federal funding, that would reduce the amount that we'd have to recover from rates and charges.
And when you look at the CIP, for 2025, it's $125 million in every scenario. So we're really looking at 2026, where we have this time to go after it and take your high risk on CIP because of what we would be working towards.
So just to provide some color, so we are pursuing grant funding, and I appreciate the comment to more aggressively pursue grant funding. Keep in mind that about $85 million for the construction of Moosa won't hit in 1 year. It's spread out over 3 fiscal years, so about 25 to 27 million per year. What we try to balance is doing those $25+ million per fiscal year projects. So our relinings are about $25 million per fiscal year. Okay, so we're balancing doing multiple projects to limit our risk in specific areas. So it's like Lisa Marie indicated, if we get any kind of funding, that just offsets the future rates. So it's a help. We're still going to continue to forecast that spend, but then we would adjust just like we do every budget cycle and then every mid-year on what that spend looks like.
Director Myers.
I guess I'll preface this with just a little bit of just general frustration that less than a year ago we had a rate and charges alternatives with the forecasted increase of being no more than 6 or 8%. And to be here hearing 20%, and that's barely making it, is very frustrating. But I'll also acknowledge that, and I think that Pierce used the terminology, true conservative forecast, that maybe what we're seeing here is an effort to finally pull away from a lot of the history of forecasts and things to try to mask some of the issues, and that we're here and it is what it is. But it's very frustrating, and I hope that what we're going to be seeing going forward is not going to be a repeat of what we're seeing and saw in the past. So I'll finish with that general statement. I do have a question on the alternatives, specifically with respect to accelerating the debt issuance and the addition of alternative 8. And so that alternative assumes the low risk approach. Is there a reason why an adjustment on accelerating debt isn't applied to the other alternatives as well, and specifically, for example, the moderate risk alternative? Is there a reason, or let me ask it this way, can it be applied to all of them, and where are those numbers?
Yes, so just, I guess, the reason why we didn't run it is because we felt we could cap out at 8. But as I mentioned earlier, we're more than happy to mix and match. So if that is a request and we can get some feedback on that and some momentum behind it, absolutely. That is an option to do alternative 8 with a moderate risk proposal. Certainly we can kind of do mix and match the acceleration and the CIP program.
Well, yeah, I'd like to see that. And I'm assuming also, I know when I first heard about the acceleration, the first thing that came to my mind is we're in a pretty high interest rate environment right now, and what the risk benefits are to that. I'm assuming that's been thought through, and that staff feels that is something that is a viable alternative without, in the long run, costing us more money. We don't want it just to be another lever we pull now that's going to cost us down the road, which is, my sense, something that's happened in the past.
Well, it's definitely something we'll be looking at. If we were to accelerate the debt, we wouldn't do it until probably 26. And because there's a reimbursement resolution that could be attached to that sale, we could reimburse ourselves and push out the sale a little later. So it's certainly something that we'll be evaluating. We won't just go on the market at any particular time. The Fed has made some comments that they're likely to start looking at lowering rates early 2025. So it's definitely something to evaluate and something that we'll be monitoring. But again, if the better ratings that we have, the better cost of capital, currently our AA plus rating would get us a 4%.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chair. Question about alternative number 8. So the 20%, I'm a little lost by the top, the yellow bar. If you go back one slide, Pierce. So there's 11. Oh, okay. The version that's online has has 11 and 5 in that header, so I was a little confused there. But question though on accelerating the debt issuance. As far as the concerns that the rating agencies have raised, they've heavily focused on leverage. The leverage is too high, so that accelerating the debt issuance seems counter to what we've heard from the rating agencies. So I guess how do you respond to that? What would be your plan there?
It's definitely something we're looking at. Fitch is the only one that highlights leverage. The other two haven't. But the key metric is looking at all of the metrics, not just one single. So we're trying to manage and balance 8 different metrics between financials and CIP. So leverage is one component, but that's one that we're thinking that's a risk that it's worth considering if we can maintain 8 other metrics. So it's not lost in the translation. It's just that we're trying to balance a multitude of trade-offs.
Director Myers, is your hand still up, or? Well, thank you. Director Acosta.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the hard work to put this together and for all of the alternatives. I also love the financial guiding principles that are here that we can keep referring back to for what we're looking for. I was just wondering, I'm looking at the grid of all the alternatives, and I understand the importance of having a cash on hand policy, but I just got confused with alternative 7, where it has the red X for Attain's 150-day policy, when that's a bigger rate increase, and I was wondering if you could explain that.
The reason for that, and that's it's a great observation. The reason that we don't quite achieve the 150 days of cash is we're spending it on the low risk CIP, and so when you take a look at alternative 6, it gets a check mark, but that's because we're not spending the cash. Alternative 7, if you did a moderate risk CIP with the 22% increase, you could get the X, or you could get a check in lieu of the X. And so this was just kind of, again, trying to offer options in putting us in the right, putting us on the path towards recovery, understanding that really to get check marks across the board without accelerating the debt would be an even larger increase in year 1.
Okay, it's just the choice of how we're going to spend the funds versus alternative 8, which has a lower rate increase but has a different spending pattern?
Yeah, essentially, we're using bond proceeds to fund CIP versus cash. So if we're not spending as much cash, then we have more cash on hand.
Okay. All right, because I was kind of wondering why it was that way. But thank you, and still very interested in the rest of the conversation. Thanks.
Director Hurst.
Thank you. I've got a couple of comments I'd like to make. The first one is about the CIP and low, medium, or high risk. The more risk you take with the CIP, what you're really doing. Excuse me. Thank you. If you take anything other than a low-risk approach to the CIP spending, what you're really doing is creating a backlog of repair and replacement projects. A bow wave, if you want to use that analogy, doesn't really matter. But you're creating a giant hurdle for future financing. And that's what leads to the risk. It's a financial risk as well as a risk to the integrity of the physical facilities. So I want to encourage us to think in terms of using the low-risk approach to CIP spending to putting the money in place to allow the engineering department and the operations departments to do what they think they need to do to maintain the integrity of the physical plant and equipment. And the second comment I want to make has to do with what I think is the root cause of our problems. We talk about, well, we didn't meet our demand forecast because the weather was, we got more rain and whatnot. There's more behind it, more underlying that problem. Water is not affordable, and more of our fixed costs we push off into the rate structure instead of a fixed cost recovery. We exaggerate that problem. We push ourselves further along the price elasticity curve, and that's a bad thing to do. We make water more unaffordable. More of our customers find another way to get the water they need, or they go out of business altogether. They drill wells, the big agricultural users drill wells, or they detach. There's lots of ways that they can roll off their demand, and that's a function of our water simply being unaffordable. We need to recover a greater portion of our fixed costs from fixed price revenue sources, like we want to do up at Met with the ad valorem tax increase. That's one way of increasing the fixed cost recovery. We need to do the same thing. If it's good for Met, it's good for us too. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Steiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate, as has been expressed previously here, that we seem to now be mostly honestly, looking at our situation and recognizing the critical issues that we have facing us. I have a couple of questions. We're looking at the metrics, and of course those matter to us. One of those is the cash on hand, and I've seen a calculation that if we reduce our debt by $1, that would save us $1.50 on rates, and I think that's right. So I know that the $150 cash on hand, and I've heard the explanation, but I also know that at least twice we've intentionally not maintained that cash on hand. I think COVID was one of the times, 2022, I think, and then back 2011 maybe to 13 that we went below the cash, because one issue is that a lot of our debt is interest. And we have some bonds like the Build America that we're only paying interest on, and then we refinance and we're not paying down the debt. So one question is, if we paid down the debt and went below our cash for some period of time to do that, we would affect our leverage, right? We would affect the fact that we wouldn't be needing to be paying that money toward having rates to pay it, because we can't keep raising rates on and on. So that's one question that I have. And I think also, and I'll obviously let you answer, but I'll give you the other questions too. When we listened to what we heard in Met this morning, and I think both Gary and Tom referenced this, we heard a very extensive plan on how to face the reality that we're all facing here in our agencies. And I think part of whatever we do here, we need to put in place a plan here to address. We're never going to have that water sales again. We have infrastructure that has to be taken care of for more water than we're going to ever sell. We've got a lot of things that we can do and maneuver, but I think, need to, as part of the honest track we're on, which I applaud and everyone here likes, may not like what they're saying, but they like that you're doing it, that part of it has to include one of those plans. And then my last question has to do with the ad valorem. I understand at Met, that they've got the Porter bonds that has the ad valorem in there. What I don't know, and I just need someone to explain to me, is we don't have Porter bonds here, right? So I'm trying to figure out, if we were going to do the ad valorem, and I'm not saying we should, and I'm not saying I like it, but if we should, as a way to recover costs by people who are using the water, how would that work here? Does that have to go out for a vote? And I assume it does. I mean, I've made these assumptions myself without knowing for sure that I know what I'm talking about. That would have to go out for a vote before we could, in fact, recover on the ad valorem. So those are the three, well, it's really only two, things that I wanted to ask about.
Yeah, no, so thank you for that. And so I guess starting with the financial plan, I think, enough of the variables have changed since we did the 2021 financing plan, demands, detachment, those types of things, that, that's why we've said, let's, rather than doing a 5-year forecast, let's do a deeper dive. We'll have some information from the facilities master plan. We'll have initial information from a demand forecast. We'll have new inputs, and we'll be able to set that path forward, and hopefully more information from MET and their Camp for Water process. So that's going to be the plan that helps set rates. And certainly part of that conversation can be other revenue structures. Is it simply rates and charges, or like Metropolitan, is it a tax? Because of the law, yes, it would have to be a vote. It would be a tax, and so that would have to go out and vote, and so that would be something that this board could certainly support if that is a direction that they want to go, but that would be outside the rates and charges process. But any revenue collected from a non-rate source would help offset rates and charges as it does at Metropolitan. In terms of using some of our cash on hand to decrease leverage, the way the leverage calculations work for Fitch, they've got a complex model. They look at future CIP. It's a complicated formula, but our amount of debt or total fixed costs that the leverage is calculated on, any amount of cash that we have right now that we could tuck away is kind of a blip on that coverage calculation. The way to really reduce that coverage calculation is consistent CIP spend. It is appropriate revenue. So as Director Hurst mentioned, we don't necessarily have we have a revenue problem. We don't have a cost problem. And so if we collected the dollars that we expected, then our leverage would be a lot better. And so if we can just collect the dollars that we need, then our leverage gets fixed. The other thing for our cash is the existing debt that we have on the books is far cheaper than any new debt that we would have. So if we were to use cash, I would suggest then using that cash to forego more expensive debt, issuing that or paying that off. But I do want to make clear that we pay a significant amount of principal each and every year. That is one way we decrease our leverage. As I mentioned earlier, we have about $50 some odd million of principal being paid at the end of this month. That's decreasing our leverage. We have about $65 million scheduled in principal next year, $75 million. And so that number is ramping up as kind of your amortization schedule for your house. The more we get deeper into the longevity of these bonds, the more principal we're paying. And we are starting now to pay the Build America bonds in 25. That will be given the way that was structured.
And if I could just add, the Build America bonds were like a 45-year or 40-year structure. And because of the way that they were structured, you didn't start paying interest until, 10 years in. But in exchange, we get subsidy payments from the federal government. So it's not just a simple structure compared to a regular fixed income. So although we've been paying interest, it's been offset by cash payments by the federal government.
That's good to know. And I'm sorry, I did have one last thing, and you mentioned the word that I didn't look on my list here. The detachment numbers that you gave us appear to assume today that Fallbrook and Rainbow are gone. But Rainbow's not gone.
For 25, the assumption is that Rainbow will
Be all
detach.
done?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
That's
so,
ambitious.
Yeah. So when we're talking 25, the expectation is that share is no longer going to be paid by Rainbow.
And they'll have built their pipeline and have done everything they have to do.
I would look to
Jake's not
Director
here.
Wiley, but Dan?
Yeah, excuse me, Director Steiner, I did talk to Director Wiley, and his expectation is that it all does come to fruition by January 1.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. Thank you, and I thank you for the presentation. And obviously, one last thought is we can't raise our rates enough to deal with our leverage problem. I don't think so. So we do have to look at all these other things. Thank you.
Director Hurst, did you have another question? Or okay, thank you. Try to remember to release your button when you're done, because you hang up there. Director Heidemann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just wanted to provide just a couple of comments. I'm kind of a little scattered here. It's been a lot of information. Pierce, great job. Your staff did a great job. And the context that you set up, back-to-back wet years, I would just say that prior to that, we had hyperinflation, and prior to that, we had a global pandemic. So it's been a few years of bad news. And I'll just kind of describe a little bit about our priorities, things that are sacred to us, to Poway. Obviously the financial metrics has always been something that we valued, and we care deeply when Lisa Marie and your team describe those priorities and those board policies, cash on hand, debt coverage ratios, those are important to us. Our reserves, depleted reserves, is also something that's very concerning to us. And I know you just made a statement about we have a revenue problem and not an expenditure problem. In the absence of a revenue solution, we've got to deal with our expenditures, right? And so there's some things that are very concerning for us when you look at the matrix that you presented. And I was writing down a couple of the things. So deferring CIP is also a concern for us. When Nina was up there, she was using terms like catastrophic, imperil, significant failure. Those are all things that really catch my mind. And, I'm, maybe paraphrasing a little bit, what Gary always rants about is, this system has to function. And there are, millions of people that rely on us to do a good job and make the right decision. So in the absence of a revenue solution, and I know that the Fiscal Sustainability Work Group is working on that and is going to pick that ball up pretty soon and start carrying it again, which makes us happy. Then we have to look at our expenditures. And one of the things that I wanted to raise, and this wasn't provoked by the comments from this morning, but our project labor agreements. And I was looking at the website that describes all the projects. So we've got $570 million worth of projects through 2028. And, I don't know. I agree with Director Hogan. I wish the staff report this morning had a little bit more information. I don't know how true the speaker, or how true that what the speaker said was. It was a 33% increase over the engineer's estimate. That'd be something I'd be interested in hearing about, and only being one bidder, that'd be another thing that I'd be interested in. But if there was any tolerance for not doing away with project labor agreements, but perhaps changing the floor. And right now it's at $1 million. So we've got 26 projects, 9 of which are over $20 million. So 17 of which are below 20 million. And if there was some rational break in that would create some efficiencies on the side of our expenditures, I don't know if there's any interest in that. But those are the types of things that without a real good solution right now, 20%, 22%, those are scary. And because we're all, as our own member agencies, we're all dealing with, depressed water sales. We've got our own problems on top of these, so it's just compounding. So anyway, those are generally my comments. I think you could probably figure out where I am in terms of the risk avoidance. I agree with Director Hurst in terms of just pushing things down just means that they just, you get overwhelmed downstream. So anyway, those are just my general comments. Thank you.
Director Smith.
Thank you, Chair Rand. Could you go to slide 40? So one of the things that you talked about is all of the rates are going to increase 39%. And so when you look at that chart in terms of risk, I agree with my fellow directors in not wanting to go down too far in the infrastructure risk or in the financial risk. And what I think was missing, although it's in the presentation, is for alternatives 1, 2, and 3, showing the rate increase for the 3 years. So it's 16, 15, 8. And that adds up to 39. And if you go to the next grouping, it's 20, 12, 7. and that adds up to 39. And you go to the next group, right? So all of them add up to 39%. And so if we're all going to be increasing the rates 39%, can you go to the last slide again with the check boxes? I'm on this road to recovery, and I want to have all green checks on my trip because I'm going to spend 39% regardless of where I'm going. And so if I have to raise the rates earlier, is what you're suggesting, that puts us in a better condition from a financial standpoint, puts us in a better condition from a CIP standpoint. So that's my preference. You brought up the issue of a revenue problem. And this is the exact same thing that board members at Metropolitan realized as well. And some of the comments here where I'm starting to see the light go off, we've talked about the balance between variable and fixed costs, which the work group has done an excellent job in moving that a little bit. I'm talking a little bit about ad valorem. At Metropolitan, it's easier because you don't require a vote of everyone, so it's a much heavier lift. But I know that our general manager, Dan Denham, is working specifically on the revenue issue. And I know that it's not in the budget, but it could occur somewhere along the way. So we did that first sale, was it 50 million?
50,000 acre feet.
50,000 acre
netted
feet.
$20 million.
$20 million. The other thing I know that our officers are working on is the rate litigation. And if we have a different number for our transportation costs, and we've talked about a unit cost, and that changed, that would change that too. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about how I would rather go on this trip with the green check boxes, but also you talked a little bit about how we looked at cuts. So in looking at all these alternatives, if they're all 39%, there's no cuts there. So at Metropolitan, the team brought in from 28% over 2 years to 21. The cuts were already incorporated, but then the board asked for more cuts, and I know we're in a different situation here than Metropolitan. So could you just briefly go over some of the cuts? I heard like 2% was already included in the operating costs. To let me get a better understanding of what cuts were already included and if there's anything else that we could include.
Yeah, so in terms of what Leanna said and Dan said in his kickoff, so at 2% FY 24-25 operating budget cut is assumed, or budget savings is assumed. We also, in terms of the CIP, the 184, that is the appropriation, as Nina mentioned, right now we're forecasted to spend, or forecast the need is above 184. So to maintain the 184, we have about $20 million of deferrals that are assumed. We have additional savings that we're looking at in terms of a new energy provider and those types of things that will impact the budget moving forward. So those have all been incorporated. And so that's where we looked in terms of the cuts. Just to put it in perspective, a 2% of 65 million is 1.3 million, right? And Metropolitan was a $20 million increase. And so just in terms of what we're looking at, the increases, the pressures, the work that the delegates do at the MWD, that's where we get kind of a really good return on investment. The O&M, the operating budget is certainly, we're always looking for savings, but coming off of, as Director Heidemann mentioned, cuts from COVID and those budget restrictions, the budget's been held relatively flat over the last several years from an operating perspective.
So just one last thing. The other thing that's not incorporated but discussed is the millions of dollars in potential losses from the credit rating change. And I know you talked about that earlier, so it's hard to evaluate it without a number. And so that's why I was leaning towards alternative 8, because that puts us in the best position for the credit rating, which the numbers aren't shown because it's hard to estimate, I'm assuming.
We have estimates in terms of the impact. When the financial advisors came out here 2 months ago, they said it's about a $30 million impact over the next 10-year period. We just have a new letter of credit where we got 3 bids, but that re-up of the letter of credit, the impact of a downgrade is $1 million. And so it's $1 million overnight increase in cost just on our commercial paper. And then, of course, the continued daily cost of the commercial paper, as well as that either accelerated 26 issue or the 2027 issue. And then, Dan, did you have more to add?
Yeah, I'll just give my thoughts on a couple of these things. The 2%, we don't have line item detail on that quite yet. But with reasonable assurance, I think we were comfortable putting in because I believe that we can make it happen, right? So over the course of the next 4 weeks or so, or however long it takes, we can come back with detail. But I think that in general, that's something that we believe that we could achieve. As far as the Colorado River, the transactions that we've been working on and whatnot, I think, so there's 2 parts to it. One is almost, philosophical. And what do you do with one-time revenue if you have it? So is it a plug for rate reduction in year 1 that is then compounded because you don't have it in year 2? So that's one way to look at this. The other thing is that the nature of the transaction, it will likely be the same as it was last year, where we have to float costs in order to make it happen. In order to float the costs, you have to have the rate increase for the cash flow. And so that becomes a challenge, and I think that in terms of how it applies to this rate cycle and this rate discussion, I would rather shift the focus to year 2 or year 3 of the rate discussion, because I think then we can come back to the board and have some conversations about if we have $20 million, $40 million in savings, maybe we use some of that to defease debt, right? That's an option. Do we increase our RSF fund, which will help with smoothing not only in year 2 and 3, but long term? So I think that that's at least my approach, or at least my recommendation on how we handle the QSA transaction.
Thank you. Director Hurst, did you have another comment?
Yes, I want to build a little bit on what Director Smith and Dan have said. To me, one of the critical things that I look at when I look at a financial plan is risk, of course, but what does that really mean? To me, a very key part of it is leaving ourselves in a position where we have the most flexibility, the most latitude, because I take it as a given that something is not going to go according to plan. Your plan goes awry the day you start to implement it. You don't know how it's going to go awry, but you can bet on the fact that it will. So I would encourage us to adopt Alternative 8, because that leaves us in a position where we have the most flexibility in years 2 and 3. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Director Vespi.
Thank you, Chair. And I missed saying this at the first time I spoke, but thank you for the presentation. I know a lot of work goes into this. Thank you to all of the staff that participated in the presentation and for answering all of our questions. I want to start by building on some of the questions, Fern, and comments from Tish earlier related to sales forecasts and actual sales. It sounds like last time there was updated information from the member agencies was beginning of the calendar year. And given just the structure of the agency's revenue, actual sales, waiting for those to come in for April, right? A few more months of actual sales as we get through the summer. It feels to me like that could have a pretty significant impact on this discussion of what rates look like for calendar 25. I'm starting to lean towards letting a few more months of data come in as far as sales go, to kind of really drive home come to a decision here. But additionally, there's other things out there, kind of to what Dan just mentioned around other opportunities, maybe for revenue to come in. There's the discussion around settlement. There's facilities master plan also to be discussed. I think it's July that information is scheduled to come forward. It seems to me, and actually I should add too, the start of this discussion around a long-term business plan. Seems like a lot of information kind of out there at the moment, and it starts to feel like the decision of this rate setting process is maybe a little too far ahead of those pieces of information that we're likely to have available to us as a board over the next 60 and 90 days. And given that, I want to bring out adjusting the rate and charges timeline for this year to suggest bringing the cost of service study, the draft cost of service study report to the board in July instead of May. So about a 60 days delay, and then set the public hearing for August in July and adopt rates in August. I think that also on that timeline, there's I think a number of agencies that also have their own 218 processes to go through in order to implement their rates for January 1st. Allowing more time to gather some more of this information, but still adopt rates in August, still allows time between August and January 1st for those 218 processes to run their course for the other member agencies. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to get more information, maybe work through some more of this with you in the finance team, and but also leave enough time on the back end for member agencies to be responsive to get their rates in place for January 1st. So I'd make a motion that we actually put a pause on the calendar after today's discussion, come back with what was scheduled for May and June, bring those in July and August.
So let me just comment on that a little bit. Pushing the timeline out a little bit, it doesn't necessarily impact the water authority. I think you hit it right on, Matt, because rates would be effective January 1 no matter what. So it really just is a matter of, for the member agencies that have a 218 process that they need to compress. I think that's where the issue is. In terms of switching the agenda, that's something that I can talk with Mr. Edwards about and the officers who set the agenda, so we can come back with that and see how that works out.
If I might add to that, just one consideration too is the adoption of the mid-year budget. There would be questions in terms of how the mechanics would work. It is currently anticipated that it would be run in tandem with the rates and charges in terms of updated sales forecasts, updated revenue assumptions, and so that might delay the adoption of the 2-year budget. And then we would certainly want to have conversations with the rating agencies just to kind of give them a heads up that there's a change in procedure.
Does that require delaying adopting the mid-year budget, or is it adopt and amend? I guess what would be the preference there?
There would be a lot of uncertainties with the mid-year budget, and we would have to actually confer with General Counsel, because it is in the admin code that we present a midterm budget.
Got it.
Chair Arand? There was a motion made on the floor?
I'm sorry?
Second.
No action.
So,
This is
Director
information
Abdullah.
only. So I'd just like to comment, Matt, that's an interesting perspective. Another way to view that is to go ahead and adopt the rates that we do today as a baseline,
And if all these wonderful things happen for us, then we can adjust, certainly, because we can come back and adjust the rates for implementation in January. So it's another perspective on it. So, okay, Matt, are you done? Did you hit your button?
So do we need a motion there, or? This is not an action item, so we can't make a motion. So that's what I was referring to when I said I'd bring it back to the officers for a future agenda.
Director Hogan.
Thank you. So it's my assumption, based on my understanding, staff is, regarding the CIP, you're projecting 100% execution of that over the 2 years, right? Is that correct?
Yes, we are projecting to spend all $184 million in the next year and a half.
So I guess I'm questioning that only because in today's market, supply deliveries, labor shortages, and other issues, have you considered those things? And the other thing is that if you were to assume a 90%, for example, execution rate, how does that change our risk profile, and what does that impact have with regards to the budget or the rates,
Yes.
But let's go to the risk factor on execution. You're confident you can execute 100%, or is there a more realistic number that you would feel safe with that's less than 100%?
But keep in mind that I'm working with a 10% reduction from what I forecasted to spend. So we're already at a 90% executing on what we had planned at 204. So the board approved a 10% reduction. So we're already at a 90% of what we had projected. Currently, so we have 2 construction projects that are in progress, right? They just started in February. So because I know there's been questions related to the PLA information, labor just started on those projects in February with a shutdown. So that's why there was little data. We're looking to come next month to award the Pipeline 5 San Luis Rey Canyon Relining Project. That is projected to spend in just FY25, which starts July 1st through June 30th of next year, $49 million. Okay? We have our O&M maintenance building. The payment for the final purchase is scheduled in August or September of this year, so that will hit in this 2-year budget of $38 million. So, and then we have our other construction projects. We're looking to spend a total of about $115 million in the next 14 months. So we are, I think it averages out to within about $10 million that are allocated to other design projects or other projects that we are continuing to work on, as well as keep in mind that area of concern on Pipeline 4. If that comes into play, that's another probably $2 to $3 million to go in and fix that. So yes, we are on target to spend $184 million by June of next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reinforce a few comments that I've heard and just add one other angle on it. I appreciate the deep dive today because it's really going into a lot of information. It's very helpful. Clearly, we're headed to pretty significant double-digit increase, and I think about it kind of stepping back and looking at it in the long term. It's very compelling. A lot of the information that's being shared today. Really, the only way that it feels comfortable to say, okay, we got to go with this, whichever number it ends up being, is if we have a clear plan about how we're going to right the ship. There's a lot that's happened to us in the last few years that we're responding to now. It's been discussed in some terms, but I wonder if really we focus, well, for my benefit, I would like to see us focus on getting the right number here, but then how do we talk to our constituents about, we had some stuff and we're a smaller entity now than we were a year ago. And
we're a big ship, so we have to really make some corrections, and it may take us this 5 to 10 years and this 5 to 10 year plan to really get back to where we need to be. I think that's where I would feel comfortable with going with any one of these significant double-digit increases, if we know where we're going and we can be honestly convincing people we're going to right-size ourselves. So with that, I just want to say one more thing, and it has to do with our use of the word risk. And I've heard other people mention it as well. In some cases, I wonder if some of what's on these spreadsheets as moderate risk is actually just right-sizing ourselves. So I want to put that forward, that especially when you think about the capital program, I perhaps have not been privy to some of the dialogue that's going on with the committees. But since we are a smaller entity and we have less revenue coming in than we have expenses, we need to think about what's the right size for us in the future. So I'm looking at a moderate capital program, which is called moderate risk, but it actually may just be the right level of management from here forward. So I want to pose that as a way of thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair Rant. I have a couple of comments. Can we go to what is slide 37 on our online version? And the number's always different and makes it confusing. It's the one with the external costs drivers table. Yeah. On the supply cost, the bottom it says stored water, and is that excess QSA deliveries that we're storing, or is that what is stored water cost of? It's. I assume the only time we're storing water is when we had to buy water we couldn't move, and it's sitting in San V and evaporating. Is that evaporation leakage, or is that just the total? Because it should sit as an asset in the reservoir and be on our bottom line, but it just degrades by evaporation and whatnot. Is that what that is?
Yeah, so it's the cost of storing the water from a cash basis. And yes, it does show up as an asset, but from a cash basis. So it went from our cash into the fixed asset, and it'll just depreciate a little more rapidly than other things there. All right, I appreciate that. And I presume that we'll be seeing, before we vote on this thing, the typical breakdown into the different buckets, transportation, all that stuff, and by member agency. And I just want to touch on some of the comments that Director Myers made, and I know I had a similar conversation with Vice Chair Serrano between breaks, is that, last year at this time we were having this discussion and we had a forecast, and then in the years past as well, we do this, we take this one now, it'll be smaller next year. And I do remember a representative from a North County agency, saying, hey, there's going to be an El Nino next year. I was looking like, and that particular director who represented a different agency than I do was told there's never been 2 wet years in a row. Director Heidemann talked about COVID and the other sort of interest rate bomb that we've had. And I've heard about exigencies here for almost 10 years on this board. There's always going to be an exigency. And so when we look at the chart that I mentioned in an earlier presentation where it shows flat to slightly increasing demands, those are the same sort of things we were showing last year, but that didn't come to pass. And I think that getting to Director Lyons' comments, if we're going to right size here, we have to take a look at what it might be, and then what are those things are going to be. Because what we've seen many times, and it's frustrating as a board member saying, well, if we bite the bullet this year, it's going to be smaller next year. But that keeps getting flipped on its head. And when I used to be general manager at Rainbow, we thought 20,000 or 18,000 acre feet was the bottom 10 years ago, but it just kept going down. And as Director Hurst said, price elasticity is a thing, folks. This is going to happen. And so at some point, we need to look at what those demands, a forecast, even say, oh, it's never going to happen. Well, let's just chart one out and let's do the math on it, see what it looks like. And then, because when you say that we don't have an expense problem, we have a revenue problem, I think that the cost savings that were done by getting rid of some of the QSA water show that there is an expense problem too. We've made investments here, and I was 25 years ago amongst the people saying demands are going to go up forever, this is great. It isn't that way.
demands are going down, and I believe they're going to continue to go down. There is going to be a floor somewhere, but they're continuing to go down. And I just think when you say that in a public forum, and if I was a board member and talking to my ratepayers saying, the problem isn't our expenses, the problem is you're just not giving me enough money. That doesn't go over very well. And I think that we have, rightly or wrongly, we ended up in a situation where we've got excess supply that is very expensive, from desal to QSA and whatnot. So I think that it's difficult to phrase it that way, and that I think that we should be doing everything we can, and hopefully our leadership can settle something with Met that helps us in this regard to get access to lower cost supplies. I do also want to echo Director Heideman's comments on the PLAs. This is we're in a situation where we should get more information on what the nature of these projects are, and that while it's nice to be able to do that, but at $1 million, it's going to add up to we're going to become a repair and replacement focused agency, that's going to be a big driver for us, and that while we do need to respect the need for organized labor, we also need to respect the needs for dollars in our ratepayers' pockets. So I look forward to the discussion next month.
Thank you. Director Leahy.
Thank you. I wanted to start by at least first addressing how I appreciate staff taking the initiative of kind of going ahead and looking at cuts in the operating budget and at least putting a plug number there, but also at least addressing the demands. I know maybe not to the level that Director Kennedy would want in this, emergency scenario. But I know I've been the squeaky wheel for the last year plus about the demands. So seeing that they are at least flat for the future years is a nice relief. And I think for those that are on the GM side, when we are modeling our rates into the future, we have those inflationary numbers of what we see our demands as, and if we keep them flat, then it does affect what we need to raise our rates again today. All of our rates are compounding, so if we put something off today for later, we're going to have to push it off and make it even higher in the future. So I think trying to get those models as realistic as possible is helpful. I do think, and I appreciate the 2% planned reduction in operating costs. The 2% last year, we added 2% to the previous 2-year budget, and I was looking up our controller reports from the last 2-year budget. I did see we ended up, I know they're always a little bit behind, but we ended up spending about 90% of our operating budget from the previous 2-year operating budget. And then last year, we added 2% on top of what was the 2 years before. So I think there's a little bit more room than the 2% that we're looking at. And so I would appreciate a little, maybe more digging and seeing what else we could cut if we have that capability. At least personally from Oceanside, I don't feel as though we have experienced or seen a decrease in service levels from the Water Authority. If there are things that the Water Authority or staff are saying or think that, and from your end you're seeing a decreased service level, it would be nice to know what those things are. But otherwise, from my perspective, it looks like there optically is a little bit more room to play with than that 2% in that operating budget. So I'd like to see what that looks like. And it does currently look like we're tracking about 10% behind what we had budgeted. I know we're still tracking our expenses with our revenues, and I appreciate that. But again, just kind of trying to follow what we had budgeted versus where we're actually spending. And if our customers, which is our retail agencies, aren't experiencing a lower level of service, then maybe we have additional room to play in that operating budget. I did have a very, very brief question on the capital side. I do appreciate identifying the projects and which ones would be deferred at the different risk levels. On those deferred projects, is it planned that they would be incorporated in the next 2-year budget, or how long would those projects be deferred till?
So with the flow control facilities that are currently deferred as part of the 20 million reduction to maintain the 184, those would not be put back into the budget until FY28. It obviously depends on what scenario the board selects for the next 2-year, and we can see what the priorities are. Really, our pipelines, we have large dollar projects coming up over the next 2-year budget that are really taking the priority. But we can look at that as part of the next budget cycle, depending on what the scenario is selected.
Okay, thank you. And that answers just my question of more from my knowledge. And just things like, this is what we had talked about at our workshop, I think, before we got to the budget process as a whole, but we had discussed the deferring of projects and what that looked like. For instance, the Oceanside Flow Control Facilities 2 and 3, you know, that's a good option, and that's something that with Oceanside, we can, if we start seeing what those projects are, I can look and work with my agency and see what other redundancies we have. Flow Control Facility 2 is our raw water flow control facility. We also have Flow Control Facility 5, so if something happens with 2, we can use 5. If something happens with 3, we have another treated water connection that we can use to our service area. So I think being able to manage those risks, both with the Water Authority but also within your own member agency, is very helpful. I did want to address, at least with the grants and other potential one-time funding sources, I personally, and this is maybe just a risk level for me, I like to plan as if we don't have those one-time monies coming in. I think that's a good way, especially on the capital side. You don't know if that money is going to come in or not. I think Director Myers had pointed out that in the controller's report, we thought we were going to have a grant from the state for SANV, and it's now not maybe being realized. It looked like there was $3 million that may not come in. So those are the types of things that I think we need to make sure we're planning our rates around the actual spending that we need to do. And then if those funds come in, then we can either A, bring up a deferred project and bring that up and move that forward in the schedule, or again, in the future, look at maintaining or lowering rates depending on what we need at that time. So I do have concerns with deferring the conversation a couple months. I know that it was discussed that it would give member agencies time to do their own 218s. Again, just as an example, last year Oceanside did our 218 process. We had mailed them, I think, by the end of July, beginning of August, for a November rate hearing. So it does take a lot of time, and it will impact your member agencies to have rates approved before Jan 1. And not that we want to bring this into the conversation, and sometimes it shouldn't be, but you're also putting your member agencies right smack in the middle of elections, and that they're now going to have to approach their board or city council for a rate increase that their council or board may not have the appetite to discuss at that time. So us deferring this a couple months really does impact the retail agencies at different levels. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. I assume, wasn't here when the schedule was originally developed, but I do assume that the Water Authority approves rates in June, so that it's after the Met and before the member agencies. So I think that does need to be taken into consideration. As far as the rates, I know we do talk about, what we've seen in the past, and, that we constantly are thinking it's going to be lower next year, and let's just take the hit this year and it'll be lower next year. I think, again, this conversation today has been much different than last year. I think you can feel it, and I can feel it. Hopefully you can feel it too. Feel it in the room that's a little bit more calm, a little bit more less stressful, maybe not from staff side. I don't know how Dan feels today. But I think that seeing those numbers and seeing that we're looking at 39-40% over the next 3 years, like, that is a big number. And, the more we defer it today, it's going to still be there. That's not necessarily going away unless we fix this problem. And again, if we have these other transfers or sales or deals, that just helps us. I'd rather in a couple years have the conversation of, hey, we're doing all right. Like, what do we need to do next? Or do we need to even have this conversation? That'd be a nice change of pace. So I like to live by the saying of buy once, cry once. So I would support continuing the conversation as scheduled originally. Thank you.
Director Myers.
Thank you. Actually, Director Leahy reminded me about a question I did have about SANV. We noted that it says at page 124 of the package, there is a note that grant funding apparently is not going to be available because of the state funding crisis that's going on right now. So I guess my specific question is, are we making that up out of our own, out of Water Authority funds? And what is going to happen if those funds are not available?
Last year, when we were preparing the 24-25 budget, we were pursuing $10.4 million in state funding. That did not happen last year. So as part of, we're always looking at our budget and our spend. So we took that out of the spend profile, and we are spending the money within the $18 million that was originally allocated for San Vicente. That's to cover our FERC license application that we are working on, as well as the environmental review documentation. So there's no additional money than what's already within our current budget to spend. We've not added any additional dollars. Those dollars should take us through the FERC license application process, as well as the CEQA review process. And I'm going to caveat that it's based on the studies we've performed to date. If there is a request for additional studies, or if there's legal challenges that will require additional funding. Also, we have our Water Authority labor associated with supporting all that work is within the current budget that we've had for, I want to say, the past 8 years, I believe it is. That will, we will have to reevaluate that at the next budget cycle. But again, that's going to be Water Authority labor only. Consultants are being funded with all the efforts to do the FERC license and the environmental through the $18 million state-funded amount.
Okay, so forgive me if I maybe just understand how all this funding works.
Okay.
But if money that was anticipated is now not going to be there, it was intended to be used.
We scrubbed the numbers to make sure we could stay within the 18 million. So what's happened then is that any post FERC licensing work or post CEQA approval, that is going to have to find funding. Presumably at that point in time, we would have a developer that will carry the project all the way through, because you have the approvals to make it an actual project with the CEQA approval and to move forward.
Okay, good. That answers my question. Thank you.
Do with the finance planning work group report and recommendation vis-a-vis our capital improvement program. And just a final comment, I will take advantage of being chair. My concern is, having been watching the Water Authority since 1980, right when I was in middle school. That's a joke. I'm concerned that we're at a crossroads. I'm concerned that we're at a crossroads of making the decision: are we going to operate a reliable, safe water system? Find a way to do it. If we can find other people's money to do it, that's fine. But if we can't, we need to find a way to do it with our money. It's our water system. We serve 3.3 or 4 million people with this system. So I hope the road takes us where we need to go, and that's to ensure that I don't have a high-risk water system, that we don't live off worrying about the phone call from the Water Authority. Oh, by the way, something blew up and you're out of water for a month. So hopefully the crossroads, we're going to take the right road. So with that, we'll go back to item 1. Frank.
Thank you very much, and very well said, Chair Rapp. I'd like to start the Finance Planning Work Group update by providing the summary of the topics we covered on our 8th meeting held on April 10th of 2024. We covered the following: update on water sales forecast, operating budget update and discussion of budgetary cuts, review of Water Authority financial policies, CY 2025 rates and charges, roadmap alternatives, and CIP execution and options for deferral projects. meeting began with an update on the current water sales and the impact on revenues. Staff also presented an update on the current budget and options for operations, budgetary cuts, as we prepare for the mid-year budget review. Staff presented an overview of the Water Authority's financial policies and guiding principles and numerous CY 2025 rates and charges. Lastly, staff provided an update on the CIP program execution. Last year, the board adopted the FY 2024-2025 budget, which included a CIP appropriation of $189.3 million. The CIP was on track to execute the original requested budget amount of $204 million due to significant revenue shortfall, challenges definitely. Staff presented options for a deferral of $20 million to remain with the original appropriation. The FPWG identified the first aqueduct treated water bifurcation as a high priority and unanimously approved an increase to the CIP budget by $7 million to a new total of $190 million to fund the project. Staff did note to the work group that this new appropriation of $7 million would equate to an additional 1% rate increase to the proposed CY 2025 rates. As such, the FPWG approved a recommendation to defer $13 million in infrastructure projects and to increase the FY 2024-2025 CIP appropriation of $183.9 million by $7 million to support the critical bifurcation structures to a new two-year appropriation of $190.9 million. Based on what we've heard today and recommendations, this will be referred to Dan to discuss with the officers and put it on a upcoming agenda, hopefully in a couple months. That's it.
So we're not taking action on this item today?
No, we're not.
Oh, nice to let the chair know in advance. Okay. Yeah. Director Steiner. Director
I'm
Steiner.
shortening my speech of "Don't forget me" here. So I want to make sure I understood. This recommendation means that everything we just talked about has to be more on the rate, right? Has to be more. We have to increase the rates we just discussed to cover the $7 million if that's agreed upon, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so let me understand this. Even though the financial planning work group met and discussed and made a recommendation, you're deferring that action to a future board meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, but based on the conversation before, based on what Director Vespi brought up, if we're moving the timeline 2 months and Dan is going to talk to the officers about that, then this should come up once that happens and once we start processing.
Okay, there we go. Let's see, we have some information items in your book. You can check those out. We have no closed session, and we're adjourned. Thank you very much.
Board meeting at 3:30. Good afternoon. We are going to start our formal board meeting. It's 3:30. If we can start with the salute to the flag, if you'll join me in the salute to the flag. Thank you. Today's meeting is in person with one director, Director Yamani, participating remotely.
Thank you, Chair Katz. Director Yamani is participating remotely under the Just Cause exception in the government code due to a contagious illness.
Kelly, will you call the roll, please?
Director Acosta.
Here.
Quirem. Here. Chair Katz.
Here.
Director Kennedy.
Here.
McMillan.
Yes.
Director Scalzetti is absent. Secretary Hilliker.
Here.
Director Yamani.
Here.
Leahy.
She's here.
Thank you. Director Myers.
Here.
Director Croucher is absent. Director Smith is absent. Director Quaylen.
Here.
Director Simpson is absent. Director Heidemann.
Here.
Director Wiley is absent. Director Hurst.
Present.
Bays.
Here.
Abdullahi.
Here.
Buckowitz.
Present.
Fong Sakai.
Present.
Macedo.
Present.
Director Madaffer is absent. Vice Chair Serrano.
Here.
Director Steiner.
Here.
Vespi.
Here.
Whitburn is absent. Director Lyons is absent. Director Hogan.
Present.
Castaneda.
Here.
Ellitharp.
Here.
Arant. Director Miller is absent. Director Ray.
Here.
And Supervisor Desmond is absent. Chair Katz, we have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Do we have anyone from the public that would like to make any comments?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. We have 2 public speakers. David Everett, you will have 3 minutes to make your comments. You may begin now.
Hi, my name is Dave Everett, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Western Electrical Contractors Association. The Western Electrical Contractors Association has a statewide apprenticeship program, and today you're receiving a update on your project labor agreement from one of your committee reports, the engineering committee, I believe. And I wanted to point out that under that project labor agreement, none of the apprentices trained at the Western Electrical Contractors Association can work under that project labor agreement. Also, 90% of the construction workforce overall can't work under that project labor agreement because 90% of the construction workforce is non-union and chooses to work in a merit shop environment where they're free from labor unions. And so what you're seeing now in your very first job bid under your project labor agreement is that your project costs have gone up 33%. A lot of times I'm testifying at these meetings and I'm trying to warn agencies and districts and saying, look, if you do this, project labor agreements typically raise costs about 10 to 15%. And what you guys are seeing on your very first job is a 33% increase. And so you're going to see this continually throughout the job. What you'll also see is that you won't be meeting the goals that were set during the project labor agreement, so-called negotiation, because almost every one of these project labor agreements is identical. And also you see in this report that your 60% local hire goal, there's no update on it. The reason there's no update on it, if I had to bet, it's that because you're nowhere near meeting your requirement. And so, I think it's worth pointing out again to the public that the very first job bid under this project labor agreement is 33% over the engineer's estimate, which I already think the engineer's estimate's a little inflated. But 33% over on this job is going to continue to cost taxpayers at a time when you're talking about your bond rating, and you're talking about how much you're spending and how much cash on hand you guys have. And then you're increasing the cost of your projects 33%. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for taxpayers, and it doesn't make sense for ratepayers, I guess, in this instance. So last thing I would point out is with 90% of the construction market non-union, this statistic isn't hard to believe, but 98% of
You have
Black
30
and Latino
seconds. Please wrap up your comments.
Yeah, sure. Just my last point is that 98% of Black and Latino-owned construction companies are non-union as well. And so when you pass this discriminatory project labor agreement, you're also discriminating against 98% of the Black and Latino-owned construction companies in the county and the state. And that's something that was testified to in court by the president of the Black Chamber of Commerce. And so, it's not, don't take my word on it. It's something that the Black Chamber of Commerce feels strongly about and their president feels strongly about, because again, 98% of construction workers that are Black and Latino are non-union, and overall 90% of construction workers are non-union. That's why you're seeing your job come in at 33% over the engineer's estimate. Stop wasting money. Let everybody bid on these projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Eric, you have 3 minutes to speak. You may start now.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Kristen. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. CFPC was formed 25 years ago as a statewide organization to oppose discriminatory and costly project labor agreements. We warned you when you were considering this and before you voted for it in October of 2022 what the PLA would mean to you. And your first project that went out to bid with it, your Helix 9 FCF project, showed that we were correct. Sadly, it's a lesson you had to learn the hard way. Your engineer's estimate was 6.1 to 7.8 million. The lowest responsible bidder, of which you only had one, a large multinational corporation, Kiewit, came in at $9.017 million. 0% of the people participating are small or women or minority-owned businesses. Your staff report today doesn't include the local hire numbers at all, even though this project started in February. We're told you're going to get those next month. I look forward to seeing what they are. I guarantee you they'll be dismally low, because as the Bureau of Labor Statistics under the Labor Department just came out with 2 months ago, in America, 90% of the construction workforce is non-union. In California, it's 15% is union. In San Diego County, it's 10% is union. So you're locking out 90% of the workforce and contractors from even looking to bid your work as a general or as a sub. And that's something you're going to have to deal with. Considering the fiscal calamity that you're looking at, one way to, I suggest you look at cost savings, is to dial back this ridiculously low threshold you have for the PLA and all the projects that it covers. Having big labor special interests demand a certain level of fidelity that they get a monopoly on work is one thing. When you're facing tens of millions of dollars in shortfalls over the next decade or two, you need to look at every available means to find money. And one way would be to have this threshold raised to where all your projects are not being covered by a PLA, and you're actually allowing the young men and women who build San Diego to work on your projects. Apprentices that are in non-union state-approved programs are explicitly excluded from working on your projects, such as the Black Contractors Association based in San Diego. So you have an opportunity here to do the right thing, as opposed to what you did in October of 2022, save some money, get your costs down, and actually stop discriminating against local young men and women who choose to be union-free. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have no further speakers.
Great. Do we have any proxies?
Yes, we have 2 proxies. Director McMillan is the proxy for Director Scalzetti, and Director Smith is the proxy for Director Croucher.
Great. Any additions to the agenda?
We have none.
Okay, under presentations and public hearings, every March, the Water Authority participates in judging the Greater San Diego Science and Engineering Fair at Balboa Park. The Water Authority and this regional event for decades, and we've participated in it. Our efforts are to encourage careers in the water industry. Maybe not after today, but that was our effort. We award scholarships to the top 3 related projects in middle school and in the high school categories. This year, there were 3 representatives from the Water Authority who judged the projects. I want to thank Director Amy Ray, Principal Water Resources Specialist Tim Bombardier, and Public Affairs Representative Christine Gong for their work on judging at this year's Career Science Fair. The Public Affairs Department prepared the following video to showcase this year's winning students who briefly talk about their projects. If you can play the video, please.
My project is about creating an affordable water filter for developing countries. This will use natural materials that are obtainable to them and at a low cost.
Growing up in San Diego, water scarcity has always been a part of my life, and it's one of the first real-world problems I learned about when I was a baby in elementary school. And what I did was I took the resistance in soil and I linked it with the resistance in a circuit, which can be shown in this circuit right here.
Something I learned from this project was that
most locations had high levels of TDS, which can affect our health.
My results prove that it is possible for the keys to degrade these PFAS compounds so that these forever chemicals might not be so forever. So I created a machine learning model that developed a model based off the GBM, and it created a correlation diagram that showed the correlation between energy consumption and several different factors that could possibly go to affecting the RO system in a wastewater treatment.
My results were that the robot collected about 90% of harmful materials and debris. It had some trouble with smaller areas, but the ultrasonic sensor helped with this issue, and it went best with larger areas.
Want to congratulate the winners, and again thank our participants who were judges at the contest. Okay, reports by chairs. I'll start out with the chair's report. Last week, Sunday through Wednesday, we had the Chamber of Commerce had a trip to Washington, D.C. They had 175 people who went on this trip, and representing the Water Authority, we had myself, we had Vice Chair Serrano, Secretary Hilliker, and past board chair Jim Medaffer, who's the vice chair of the Colorado River. And then from our team, we had Dan, Jamie, Megan, all there. The trip was really well, had the right people going on it. 7 of the 9 San Diego City Council members were there. 3 of the 5 county supervisors and their interim CEO were there. The mayor of San Diego, Todd Gloria, the Poway mayor, the Chula Vista mayor, the Imperial Beach mayor, all were participants. We ended up being the host of the Tuesday lunch, and we were able to invite, and he accepted, Senator Alex Padilla as our speaker. So with Alex Padilla there as our speaker, we ended up having great attendance from the 175 people who were on the trip. Also, the last day was a breakfast that the Chamber put on with Congressman Adam Schiff. As far as the Water Authority, we had really excellent meetings at the Bureau of Reclamation, of the EPA, at FEMA, and then we met in person with Congressman Peters, Congressman Levin, Congressman Vargas, and then we met with staff members from Congressman Ice's office and Congressman Schiff's office. It was funny, the Water Authority put a lot of different posts about the trip, and Tom Kennedy commented on one of them showing from the movie Jerry Maguire with Tom Cruise saying, "Show me the money." And that's really true. That's what we were there for, was getting money. And we talked a lot about Moosa Canyon. We talked a lot about dam safety. We talked a lot about water transfers. And the reception was really good. And like I commented earlier today, there still is a lot of money from the infrastructure bill. There's still a lot of money from the Recovery Act. And it's up to us to work to get our fair share of that money for San Diego County for many projects, but specifically for the Water Authority. So it really, I think, was a good trip, some really good relationships built, and a lot of things to follow up on, especially the Bureau of Reclamation. You know, we've talked about this water transfer that the general manager worked out, where we received $20 million and ended up putting 50,000 acre feet of water in Lake Mead. And the commissioner, Camille Tootin, this is my 3rd time of meeting with her, and her reception to San Diego, what we were able to accomplish, and how we can be part of the solution going forward was so great. It was a whole different turnaround from my first meeting that we had with her 2 years ago. So relationships do matter. There is money in Washington, and that's what we're going after. And it was really a good trip. Secretary Hilliker, if you want to comment any, and Vice Chair Serrano.
I would agree with everything that our chair has said. I think this was the largest delegation that the chamber has ever hosted in Washington, D.C., and so I think the authority's engagement in it, not only from a local relationship building perspective, is important, but obviously just the physical presence in Washington, D.C. is important as we navigate some of these larger conversations with regard to the Colorado River, and certainly in terms of our efforts to secure funding. It is true that there is a lot of funding that is at the federal government that we could be competitive for. I think key to this conversation that we had earlier today is about identifying those projects and going after those dollars, using our lobbyists in Washington to go after those dollars as aggressively as we can, while also acknowledging that it's not a surefire thing, but it's certainly something that is worthwhile for us to do. I think we have additional business that we should be considering in the future in Washington, D.C. as we work on some of these transfer agreements, specifically with other states throughout the western United States. And then, also as we pursue some of the other issues, as we tackle the other issues facing us too. So again, grateful to have the opportunity to meet with our delegation there. I think there's still some more work for us to do, but certainly felt like it was a productive trip for us to be part of. So I thank our general manager for allowing us the opportunity to be there, and for having the authority host the chamber luncheon, which I thought was super important. And having Alex Padilla there was definitely a good show of support for the Water Authority. So thank you very much.
Secretary Hilliker.
I thought it was a great trip. One meeting that we had in particular, myself, Dan, Megan, and Jamie met with, along with all the other congressmen, we met with Congressman Duarte, and what we realized is that the San Diego County Water Authority needs to get our story out to the rest of the California delegation. So going forward, we're going to make that a priority.
Great. Thank you. Last item I have as far as the chair's report. Next week, you're going to be receiving an email and a form to put together the General Counsel's evaluation. If you remember when we did the General Counsel's evaluation 6 months ago, we said that we would revisit it at the half-year mark. So it's time to do that already. And so the deadline to return the evaluation form is May 23rd. And we will discuss the evaluation in closed session at our June board meeting. If you also remember the process last year, we decided that instead of the officers sitting down with the general counsel and going over the evaluation and then coming to the board with our recommendation, we're reversing that. We will talk in closed session as a board about the evaluation, and then based on that, the officers will sit down with the general counsel. Okay. We will now report out on committee action.
Thank you. We'll get that up on the screen. So starting with imported water, the committee had no action. LPO adopted a position of support on S 2514, AB 2501, and AB 2610. Water planning and environmental was deferred to May. E&O awarded a design professional services contract to Hazen and Sawyer for a not-to-exceed amount of $5,644,936. A&F noted and filed the Treasurer's report. They adopted an ordinance making amendments to Chapter 2 of the Admin Code. They adopted a resolution to designate officers and employees authorized to execute certain disaster relief or emergency assistance documents. And 9.6 was deferred. That concludes committee reports.
Okay. Great. So the consent items are 9-1 through 9.6. 9.5, 9.6 was deferred. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Second?
Did you catch who that was?
Thank you. I got Bakowitz and Abdullahi as the
Acosta.
second. Acosta as the second. Thank you. So, Director Acosta.
Yes.
Quirem. Chair Katz.
Yes.
Director Kennedy. McMillan.
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker. Director Yamani.
Yes.
Leahy. Myers.
Yes.
Quaylen.
Yes.
Heidemann.
Yes.
Hurst. Bays. Abdullahi.
Yes.
Bakowitz.
Yes.
Fong Sakai. Aye. Macedo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Serrano.
Yes.
Director Steiner.
Yes.
Vespi.
Yes.
Director Lyons. Director Hogan. Castaneda.
Yes.
Ellie Tharp.
Yes.
Director Ron is left. Director Ray. The motion passes.
Great. And
Did you get my
we
vote,
can
Kelly?
go back to item number 6, the approving of the minutes for the formal Board of Directors meeting on March 28th, 2024. Everyone has a copy of it in their packet. I'll entertain a motion for approval. Hilliker, Hurst.
Thank you. Director Acosta.
Yes.
Quirem. Chair Katz.
Yes.
Director McMillan. Secretary Hilliker. Director Yamani. Director Yamani.
Yes.
Thank you. Myers.
Yes.
Quaylen.
Yes.
Heidemann.
Yes.
Hurst.
Aye.
Abdullahi.
Yes.
Bakowitz.
Yes.
Fong Sakai. Aye. Macedo.
Abstain.
Thank you. Vice Chair Serrano.
Yes.
Director Steiner.
Yes.
Vespi.
Yes.
Hogan.
Yes.
Castaneda.
Yes.
Ellie Tharp.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. We'll go into special reports. General Manager's report.
Nothing to report.
General Counsel's report.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Sandag report. A lot of time has been spent at Sandag talking about the toll road 125, and they're continuing to talk about it. There will be a meeting tomorrow that will be another report on it. Also, tomorrow should be confirmed who the new CEO is of Sandag. It will have been first talked about in closed session, but then in public session, they will take public action on it. So that's all on Sandag, new CEO, supposedly tomorrow. Borders Committee, Director Macedo?
Yes, in the last Borders meeting, we had a presentation from Imperial Beach Mayor Paloma Aguirre, who presented on the pollution crisis at the Tijuana River due to insufficient stormwater, sewer, and trash services on the Mexican side of the border. And we also had a presentation from Paula Granados, professor at SDSU, who presented on the public health crisis in the South Bay. A lot of the health issues are, the acute illnesses are people are very aware of. They're now starting to monitor for longer exposure due to the pollution. The impact can be felt as far south as Rosarito and then as far north as Point Loma. So the California delegation recently with Congressman Vargas and Scott Peters, they got $156 million in the latest spending bill that will be used for construction to expand the treatment facility, the international treatment facility down there. And so the ask was over $300 million. But with the $156 million, they're excited about getting the project off the ground. So that's good news for a problem that's been going on for 30 plus years. So with that, that concludes my report.
Great, thank you. And our Sandag Regional Planning Committee is Director Yamani. Anything to report?
Mr. Chairman, nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, and hope you're feeling better.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. that is the end of the reports. I really appreciate everyone staying with us today. It's been a long day, a lot of information, a lot of work accomplished. I want to thank Dan and the team for all they've done, and especially for the in-depth financial discussions today. So with that, seeing no hands, no speakers, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.